we are live. We have the one and only over there, Grandmaster Ben Finegold, and myself, KDLearns. Ben Finegold, and we are here to commentate for Dina Belenkaya's game against FIDE Master Grayson Rohrer in the Charlotte Super Swiss Tournament. Is that correct? The correct name, right?
That's correct. Unfortunately, for those of you who are watching, Dina's opponent did not want the camera on. And people were asking about that the first few rounds. And I guess we got our answer. If the opponent objects, then they won't have the camera on. So we're going to be on a 15-minute delay from move one, like everybody else. And we won't see the camera. So we won't see James Canty walk by or Naroditsky. Yeah, and also Dina's game started late because we were getting set up. So some games have the first few moves, but this game won't have any moves probably for a few more minutes.
So we appreciate your patience. In the meantime, we can do some Q&A. We can chat about the tournament. We can chat about Dina's OTB extravaganza this summer. Any and all of the above.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, in round 4, which was this morning and this afternoon, Dina was able to win. So she has 2 out of 4, and her opponent here is pretty similarly rated to her. He's about 50 points lower, or 40 points lower, I should say. And this is the closest rating matchup of the tournament for Dina, and that ilk. And both, I think her opponent has no, he has 2 out of 4 also. This tournament's being played in Charlotte, North Carolina. Sponsored by the Charlotte Chess Center and those people, Peter and Grant, etc. And this is round 5, and they started a few minutes ago, but since we don't have the camera, we'll be on a delay just like everybody else.
Right. And we see in chat, Zach is saying that no camera because he is afraid. But I guess what's your opinion? You've played more tournaments and a lot of tournaments before. Like streaming was really a big thing. Like if you're playing a classical game, would you prefer to have the camera off, or would you be completely indifferent? Like what would be your thoughts as a player?
I would be indifferent, and it's too bad because it's good to have the publicity for chess and have it on different streams.
Right.
So that's, again, this is the only opponent who objected to the camera. I think that's going to be a rarity, but I guess some people don't like the camera.
Right.
But yeah, I'm indifferent. If my opponent wants to have a camera and live stream the game, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I would prefer that, just so people who are, when you have friends and family watching at home, you want it to be on the internet. So people are always asking me how I'm doing. So if it could be shown live, that would be preferable.
Right. Like the camera itself won't really interfere with the chess. So if the chess can be shared, yeah, it's generally a positive, but who knows, maybe some people do genuinely psychologically get affected by the camera, and maybe that's why they just want to eliminate the factor. So there's two sides to the coin.
We actually are going to use the live position since we don't have a camera. That'll be on the bottom right of the stream, and then on the left will also be the live position, except I'll be able, and Kevin will be able to move the pieces and draw arrows and show you stuff and stuff like that. It's Karen chess, but I wanted Karen on the featured table. Go Karen. Always good when people can watch. Good publicity for chess.
So it sounds like Pepper's done a little bit of research, and Dina's opponent is only 18 years old. So that also might be another factor that's playing into the decision there.
Yeah, but now I think 18 is old for chess. It used to be only 18 years old. Now he's already 18.
Okay, old for chess, but maybe not so old for other factors of life.
Right. And almost no longer junior. That's right.
Okay, I guess Well, in chess, junior is like under 20, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like 20 and under for the World Junior Championship.
Okay.
Yeah, and U.S. Junior. Yeah.
Which is very different because I feel like most sports have 18 and under because it's normally like the break between high school and then college age, but chess gives the extra 2 years there.
We have Grant in the chat, one of the organizers of the tournament, explaining how there's no camera.
Well,
Just forfeit her opponents. That's what he should have done. No camera, you're forfeited.
I feel like if you're gonna pull that policy, you may need to establish that before everyone registers for the tournament and shows up to the tournament site. But question: Are we thinking some music would be good in the background, like some DMCA free music for people to relax to?
There was an issue last round. They were discussing music before the stream, but since it's being dual streamed, it was confusing.
Well, we could. But it's all coming from my streaming service, right? So it should be, as long as I do stay away from like copyright music, it should be fine, right?
Yeah, it says DMCA safe is fine.
Okay.
I never play music on my stream, so it'll be a new thing.
Okay. Oh, okay.
We already have a draw on board 2 between Yasser Quesada Perez and Lazaro Bruzon Batista, both originally from Cuba. I think they both live in the U.S. now. They drew in about 10 moves in a scotch.
Wow.
So one game is finished. Occasionally, a quick draw or 2 on the top boards.
With such a long tournament, like, do you think that's more score oriented or more like energy oriented motivation to get that quick draw?
Yeah, I think with the double rounds they have, some days there's going to be a few draws at the top. There's already been that. So probably 7 out of 9 is going to be a tie for first, probably a big tie. I don't think anybody's going to get a big score this tournament. With the double rounds, people usually don't play 2 5-hour games.
Yeah, it's a grind. Makes for a really long day.
We should be getting moves soon from Dina's game, but her game started late because she was trying to set up and get the stream going and get her opponents to agree to a camera. None of that happened. So
her last message was 18 minutes ago. If there's a 15-minute delay, then should be any minute now. Not to build the suspense even further, chat. But while we wait, just a friendly reminder for everyone to stay hydrated. You know, just as part of life, but also part of chess. You need your body and your brain to function. So, cheers.
Yeah, we heard that a lot. Karen and I were in Vegas for 2 weeks because it's always over 100 degrees there. Luckily, I have my water.
There you go. There you go. So we actually met briefly. I don't know if you remember that, but we met briefly in Vegas, and I played in the National Open, and
okay, cool.
I think I left the hotel a total of like 2 times.
Exactly.
Like on the first day, I went to get food, and it was like a 10-minute walk, and it was just like in the blistering heat. And I was like, okay, I think we're gonna keep it to food options around the hotel after this.
Right. Where did you walk to eat there?
I went to the Ethiopian place, Gorsha. It was some incredible Ethiopian food. So.
Oh, I didn't know there was an Ethiopian near there.
Yeah.
We went to a good Japanese place once when we drove, but some people walked. We had a lot of people after one of the rounds, and that was good. You know, there's usually a lot of good food options in Vegas. I use DoorDash a lot because I'm a vegan, so I can just figure out what delivers vegan food and get it delivered to the hotel.
Yeah.
I ate at the Indian place a few times. That was pretty expensive, but at least they have food.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, if it's pricier, it's also better quality, right?
Mm-hmm. That's the idea. We hope anyway.
Usually.
Yeah.
Just like chess, there's rules and then very much so exceptions to those rules. Yeah, I did not cave into the DoorDash game, but I know Kostya Kavutsky from Chess Dojo. He was DoorDashing bubble tea and all sorts of stuff, and I saw the bubble tea and I was like, I need that. Where did you find that? And when he said it was DoorDash, I was like, okay, maybe not. But he said it was like $20 to get one large bubble tea.
You gotta pay all the fees. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So it's a dangerous, slippery slope, right? Sometimes, depending on what you're getting.
Yeah, I wouldn't just get tea from DoorDash because it's the finances don't work out.
In chat, I'm seeing a message saying, "No, I'll starve and be dehydrated. Best for my chest." But I don't know if that's best practice. I'm just putting it out there. I doubt that is a good strategy, but it can be stressful. It can be stressful, but I think your body would appreciate a little bit of help here and there.
Tough tournament so far for John Fedorowicz. Grandmaster has 1 win and 2 losses.
Whoa.
But chess is tough.
Yeah.
We still don't have any moves from Dina, but we're waiting patiently. They'll come any second.
Let's see. Did chat have any questions? Did they? They said that I'm missing the GM title in my user or my little name tag, but I don't really deserve it. So there can only be one on the commentary team, and I think Ben's holding it down just fine. Okay. Unfortunately. Oh, sorry.
Yay, E4.
Yes.
Shocking. No, that wasn't surprising.
Yeah. Oop.
Another Sicilian. That's 3 for 3.
Very nice. And is this the third Sicilian that you have commentated?
That's correct. Every game I've commentated, he's had white in a Sicilian.
Very nice.
When she played bishop. In round 1, she played bishop c4. In round 3, her opponent played knight c6 on move 2, and she played bishop b5. And here she's played bishop b5 again. So a third different variation. Her opponent played knight d7. Every block is played except for queen d7. Queen d7 novelty, but he played knight d7.
Queen d7 would have been the accidental touch move without saying adjust or jadu, right?
That's exactly. And she played a4. And her opponent is thinking. So unfortunately, unlike the other days, we're on a 15-minute delay. So when Dina wins the game, she'll come for the interview while we're watching the game. It'll be very, very interesting.
That's true. So
I think the game is still going on, but she's already won. Played knight f6. Attacking the pawn on e4. White can play knight c3, d3, or e5. This tournament, Dina's likes to play e5. She's played e5 every game with white pretty early in the opening. And she develops a piece here, knight c3. The question is black going to move his e-pawn and play bishop e7? Or is he going to play g6, bishop g7?
Looks like g6 is the option that they chose.
He played g6, okay.
Also, a quick shout out to Tosh Queen, who has also been doing some lovely commentary for Dina in her OTB journeys, including earlier this morning. So shout out to her. She's in chat at the moment right now. So go check her out if you aren't familiar with her.
Somebody in my chat is asking about the camera. Yeah, the opponent didn't want the camera to be used, so there's no camera, which means we're going to be on a 15-minute delay. We won't see the players. We won't see Cansey and Nerdisky walking around. So sorry, everybody. I know that's why you guys are watching.
Right. We apologize that we aren't enough for your entertainment value here.
Dina can make it look like an open Sicilian now if she plays d4. Looks like she's having a think here. Probably the players are close to being out of prep now. She just castled.
Oh, and we have someone in chat who actually played against Dina's opponent in 2022 and drew against them. So, you know, hopefully that's good energy for a good result here. But I think Dina may be hunting for a little bit more than a draw.
Certainly. Yeah, Dina has no draws yet, so that's good. And her opponent played a6, attacking the bishop. Will Dina retreat the bishop, or will she take the knight on d7? Either option is fine.
Ben, are you familiar with this character at the Charlotte Chess Club? Who there was a person who wore suit pants with Crocs earlier in the days. Is that a character that's also crossed through the camera during your commentary sessions?
That doesn't sound familiar, but maybe it's Nerdisky. Yeah.
Right.
No, I did see a couple of people that they had jackets on and shorts, but I didn't see Crocs and suit.
Like suit jacket and shorts.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Typically, when bishop b5 and a6 is played, they take on d7. Of course, white doesn't have to do that here. White has several retreating squares that are fine. So she's having a think here because it's trying to figure out what the plan is in the middle game.
Mods, is it possible to create a command for camera? Because I think we may be getting this.
Where's the camera?
We could throw Dina's profile picture up, next to the live board position, and or just silent clips of her just like talking or moving around. Like put the VOD from this morning's stream and just like only the half that she was on, and just it'll look like it's her.
And Dina decided to keep the bishop pair. She played bishop e2. And white has a couple ways to play this. She can play d3 or d4 later, and she could try to throw in a5 and block up the queen side positionally, making black's queen side pieces not very strong. So yeah, black's playing sort of a Najdorf and Dragon, the Dragendorf, and Dina's playing very solid and not opening up the position yet. So we have a pretty, I'd say, unusual position for the Sicilian in the opening.
So, Ben, you may have to, or I might have a dumb chess question to ask, but just in general, like, is black?
I'll have a dumb answer.
Okay, perfect. Is black's general plan here just castles and then just throw all the queenside pawns forward, or what's the?
Yeah, black's gonna castle kingside probably next move, but it's hard to play b5. So I think typically black would play b6, bishop b7. Of course, it's not clear if white's gonna play d3 or d4. d4 is more interesting, make it more of an open Sicilian. And yeah, A5 is the positional move. That way, when black plays B6 or B5 and we take, black has an isolated A pawn. So A5 makes sense because if black doesn't play B6 or B5, bishop on C8 is going to have trouble finding a reasonable square.
It can, you know, as Dina likes to say, that bishop on C8 may become a bishop that's in the toilet. It's not many many useful ways to use it at the moment.
So yeah, this is a pretty slow maneuvering game where, I mean, chances are about equal. It just depends on who likes these kinds of positions more. Whose style is it to play like this?
So that reminds me of something that Dina said in the past, where, like, I've heard Dina say that people will ask her about her style, and she's like, I've been playing chess my whole life, and I have no idea what my style of chess is. And is that something that, like, you think it just fluctuates so much, or it's like, you know, some people do have a distinct style, some people don't? Like, what does it take before you realize, okay, this is how I play?
Yeah, it goes both ways. Some people have a style and don't even know it, and some people just like to play chess. They want the engine to say they have a better position.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think Dina likes to attack and get space advantages. But again, you know, when you're that high rated, typically you're good at all kinds of styles of play, and you can play any position. And yeah, if you decide that you have a style and you don't like certain positions, that's not good either. Okay. So it's good to be flexible in chess. You got to play whatever position is given to you.
That makes a lot of sense. Wise words. That's you know, I think you're selling yourself short. You said you'd have dumb answers to my dumb questions, but that seems seems pretty insightful.
Yeah, but the question wasn't dumb, so
okay.
I need dumber questions. Okay. Her opponent did castle.
Hey, mission accomplished. You know, we asked at least one question that was not dumb.
Yeah, my engine, the second move it's giving is rook a3. I'm guessing that will not be played.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, white's going to decide soon whether to play d3 or d4. Could decide on this move. Either one seems fine. I think I'd go for d4 here since I already have my pawn on a5. So I like cd knight d4. My bishop has lots of good squares on c1. But yeah, after d3, black has to come up with a plan. After d4 and we trade, you know, black's knight has more squares available to it. Whereas on d7, it's pretty passive now.
And still
hampering. So she might go for d3. And that's why she's thinking here, whether to open the position up or play d3 and play more positional game.
Yep. Right, yeah, like the longer you can make the bishop on c8 useless, that's like, well, so is the rook on a8, right?
Exactly. Black's queenside piece is not the most active. Then she could also play a waiting move. She could decide to play d3 or d4 later and play either rook e1 or h3. Some rook e1 just to play bishop f1 and have the rook on the potentially half open e file. h3 stops knight g4 and also stops bishop g4 later. So if she's not sure whether to play d3 or d4 yet, she can play another waiting move. And she did play h3.
I was gonna say, it looks like she took your advice. It's the telepathy is working, so keep it going strong.
That's what black should do here. So is black gonna push the b pawn so the bishop can go to b7, or is he not gonna like the isolated a pawn and not do that? That's what the engine wants to do: move the b pawn and play bishop b7. The bishop on c8 doesn't really have a good future anywhere else.
right? If I go silent for a little bit, it's because I'm going to add the camera from this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do my best here.
Yeah, I mean, if black doesn't move to b pawn and play bishop b7, it's hard to find another reasonable plan for black. And then Dina will be happy that she's isolated her opponent's a pawn, and her rook will be active on a1. Good to activate your rook without moving it. And he did play b5. Black's playing pretty quickly. And Dina will definitely take that en passant.
She knows it's forced, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why she played a5, was to make sure she can take on b6 when b6 happens.
No, I was referencing the meme that en passant is forced.
It is forced, that's correct. But we don't know if Dina's at the board or not, so... Wait, you have Dina from this morning. Good job.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it so that you can't even tell what color pieces she's playing with. I can't decide if I want it in the center or if I want it closer to the live board. Chad, can you help me or Ben as well? Do you think Dina,
I like it in the center.
Center? Okay.
I can still she has black though, but there's not much to do about it, I guess.
I think if I cut any more off, I'll be cutting her
there's her
nose
move,
off.
and she's writing her move down. All right.
Yeah, I think if I take any more off of the board, then we're gonna
Somebody
drop.
was saying we should find footage where she has white.
But
We
I guess
found
you could
our
have
new
changed.
head of propaganda.
Okay.
Go Dina. I'm betting on Dina winning that game that she's playing there.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say the other option would be to pull a game where she's playing it with white pieces, but then she's definitely wearing different apparel than she's wearing right now.
Mm-hmm.
But since this game was from this morning, there's a chance that she's wearing the same clothes, so that when she comes for the interview, it'll be a little bit more of a fluid transition.
As long as we're confusing the audience, that's the important thing.
Right. Never let them know your next move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, chat's asking for Dina on both sides of the live position, but I think that if she's playing herself, that might be a little bit too confusing.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing Dina's not at the board if she hasn't taken en passant yet.
Yeah. Oh. There's plenty of time to on the clock. Although I guess she has been the one taking a little bit more of her time. She is as of 15 minutes ago, she is down 16 minutes on the clock. But
yeah, I think that's because she made her first move pretty late.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that's true. She's been okay, so she's been behind the whole time. Chat, we do not have old footage of the opponents because they have never been on camera. Just I think that goes along with the
we need some AI here and deep fake and get the opponent. Okay, so she did take en passant as is required.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't need to take back right away. He could take with the queen or the knight, or he could play bishop b7 since the pawn's not going anywhere. Bishop b7 put pressure on e4.
Yep.
You're taking either way on b6 seems reasonable. Also, it's everything's about equal. Nobody's blundered yet. Go, Grayson. Time to blunder. Queen c7. Oops, mouse slip.
It ran out of muscle to move the queen an extra
He was
diagonal.
going to b6, and then he just dropped it and went, what? What happened?
Right.
And he did play bishop b7.
Mm-hmm.
Putting pressure on the e4 pawn.
So is it pretty natural just to play d3 and...
Yeah, probably she'll play d3.
And then maybe d3 and your plan from earlier, rook e1, and park the bishop on f1?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the white bishop on c1 has a lot of good squares, and just hope that black has this weakness on a6 and that gives white some kind of advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty equal.
And like, yeah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the bishop on f1 is always a pretty good counteracting agent to like the bishop on the Finegold side over there, on like on
Always
the
play
long
bishop
diagonal.
f1. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets out of the way of the white rook and defends the king side, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
Dina can also consider bishop to d3 defending her pawn, but that seems a little odd because c4 could come later. D3 to her bishop on c1 can get out makes more sense to me.
Right.
The top board's finished. Yep, we have another draw. Salinas versus Zapata was also drawn pretty quickly in a Grunfeld. That was board 5.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 2 draws in the top 5 boards. Other games are all still going.
Very nice. There, how many? So this is round 5, correct?
Yep.
And there's 9 rounds total?
9 rounds. Last round's Thursday night. Yep.
Gosh. And on top of that, Dina came straight from the Israeli Women's Chess League. So she's been on a bender, like not just chess, but travel and adjusting to the time zone. Like,
yeah, and there's a tournament after this one that happens this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which I think a lot of the players are going to be playing in.
oh my god,
At
that's
the same
crazy.
side. Yeah, tournaments every day.
Just a show of hands in chat. How many of you have played in a 9-round classical tournament?
Ooh, I have. I raised my hand. Remain confident, subscribe. Thank you. Good handle. I've played the WSOP. All right.
That's going on right now, right?
Yeah, we were in Vegas for almost 2 weeks. Karen played in a lot of tournaments.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think she got knocked out on end of day 2.
Okay.
For the event. I think they're playing day 4 now. Or 5. It's either 4 or 5. I guess it's day 5 now. I'm getting confused what day it is. But yeah, the tournament lasts another week if you don't get knocked out.
Jeez.
Pinback 99 subscribe. Thanks for the subscription. Go hype train. You can start. Let's see. And then, okay, she did play d3. As expected. And he took with the knight on b6. And so the question is, will Dina play bishop e3, bishop f4, bishop g5? They're all reasonable. It seems like she'll play one of them just to get her bishop out.
Yeah, and I mean, regardless of where her bishop ends up going, like if it's on any of these squares, I mean, is Queen D2 a viable plan here? Just going for
Right. Yeah, I think that's what she'll do. She'll play bishop somewhere on the diagonal and then Queen D2, connecting her rooks. One idea is to play bishop H6, as you point out. And yeah, I mean, white should be a little bit better because the black has this isolated pawn on A6. But it seems like a long strategical game, which isn't, nothing big is going to happen soon. It's going to be a maneuvering game. But yeah, it's probably better to have white, better to not have the isolated A pawn.
Yeah. I guess when you're picking between these squares, like, isn't the drawback of like bishop G5 is that H6 just comes right away, and then you're moving back anyway, like kind of wasting.
Right. It might make more sense to play bishop E3 or bishop F4 first, instead of bishop G5, unless Dina wants to provoke H6 and hope that it weakens black's king side, which doesn't really seem to be the case. And she played bishop E3. Definitely going to follow up with Queen D2, as you indicated.
Sometimes I know a thing or two about chess, but it's kind of rare here and there.
Yeah, it's difficult for white to play for D4 because the E4 pawn is under so much pressure. So we're going to keep this solid center here for a while. And now bishop E3 makes it difficult for black to play D5 because C pawn is under pressure. So nobody's really going to open anything up in the center. So it's really hard to find a plan here for black, I think. The black's position is reasonable, but it's hard to figure out what to do to make any progress.
Is there some option to figure out where the rook on F8 ends up wanting to go? Like, try and bring it to the D file to support D5 at some point?
Yeah, he could do that. The problem with D5, which threatens D4, is if we trade on D5, then black has two isolated pawns. Well, I'm trying to find something active for black to do. I just don't see anything great. Yeah, the engine's thinking about playing A5, A4, which is good if you don't lose the pawn. Then I guess black can play bishop C6 and defend the pawn again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking now. Yeah, Dina has a time disadvantage because she started the game with a time disadvantage, showing up a little late. Trying to get the opponent to agree to using the video, which didn't work out well.
It was the clock gambit and the what's it called, the camera defense or whatever, the argument defense. Yeah, defense variation there.
He defended well against the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Go archive footage. That's right.
Yeah, the archive footage is so we can still have the spirit of Dina, you know, as she battles it out here.
On my channel, someone says Dina's a WGM. I thought she was trying to get IM norms. Well, some of that's correct. So Dina, IM title is more difficult than WGM title, but she has her IM norms. She just needs her rating to get up to 2400.
Yep.
She already has 4 IM norms.
Which is one more than you even need.
That's correct.
I think that she was getting pretty close to 2400 pre-pandemic, and then I think like after the pandemic, getting back into it, I think she lost a lot of rating in those like first several tournaments back, and then now she's getting up there again in the 2300 range.
Yep, A5 was played. And Dina will probably play Queen D2.
Yeah.
Another reason for White to play H3 was if she was intending on playing Bishop E3, with Knight G4 is prevented. Before
Right.
Knight G4 was just to maneuver to E5. Now it would be annoying. So H3 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So far, pretty good game. No mistakes. Relatively equal. I'd very slightly prefer to have White, just because of the isolated pawn here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's difficult for either side to get super active.
Yeah.
Dina is at the board and not at the board. Perfect.
Yeah. It looked like she took her drink with her, so I don't know. She seems to drink a lot of caffeine at these events, or just in
It looks
general.
like she's drinking tea to me. Looks like there's always a tea bag.
Mm-hmm.
In my chat, my mod points out that Dina's peak FIDE rating was 2364, and that was in February 2019.
Very nice. So, a little bit more than pre-pandemic, but still like the year before.
Yeah. Let's see if moves are made. No, A5 is the last move. Check the top boards, make sure there's no more draws. Naroditsky has an advantage against Joe. Ehrenberg, Gatanisov is about equal. More Diabati Woodward is about equal. Megan Lee versus Georgiev is about equal. So we have 2 draws in the top 5 boards, and then we have a lot of tough positions. Let's see how Chianti's doing. The crowd favorites.
Yeah.
If I can find his game. He's playing Maximilian Liu. They have a very sharp, complicated, weird double king pawn position.
Oh.
And they're both taking a lot of time. All right, so just 2 draws in the top 5 boards, quick draws. And the other games are big fights.
Yeah. Did you go through Carissa Yip's board? Or was that one of the early draws?
Let's see. No, Carissa's still playing. Carissa's on board 6, it looks like. She's playing Dimitar Mardov, who's an IM. And I'm not sure what opening this is. It's either, it looks like it's a, double click. Oh, it was a center game. Wow. She played D4 on move 2 and queen takes D4.
Wow.
Wow, and then she played queen C4 instead of queen E3. So this is some unusual prep here.
Yeah.
They castled opposite sides. Very unusual position.
That seems a little bit crazy.
Yeah, she has a big time advantage. So this is some of her secret prep.
I mean, how often do you see that opening in at the master level?
I've never seen queen C4.
Okay.
Queen E3, but yeah, it's still, the center game is pretty rare. E4, E5, D4 is not played at the top level very often.
And just so chat can see it, I'm going to add it to the classroom really quickly. Wait, can I?
Yeah, this is it.
Oh, this is it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is Carissa's game with Dimitar Mardov.
For some reason, it says it's Dina versus her opponent, but chat, just ignore that for a moment.
Yeah, it's also, yeah.
We're gonna take the names away just so it's not misleading. This is Carissa Yip with the white pieces playing against International Master, you said, right?
Yes.
Queen C4. Ooh.
Yeah, Dimitar Mardov. Very
Wow.
unusual.
And just launch all the kingside pawns and see who's first.
And big time advantage for Carissa. So still in her prep, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The engine is not impressed. Still likes black.
I'm sorry. Okay. Wait, what game are we in now? Hold on.
We're in the Twilight Zone.
I know, wait, the other game disappeared now. Wait, Grugan, we need to phone a friend here for some help. Where did the other game go?
I still see it on live games.
I don't see in the classroom though. We may have broken something, or I may have broken something. Let's try something. I'm just gonna add it in directly from the DGT board. There we go. Okay, and we're back. So after bishop to e3, we had a5. Knight d2, a4, and rook a3. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, knight d2 indicates to me that she might want to play the move f4 and gain space on the king side. And she's hoping the white pieces here stop all of black's play on the queen side. And then on d2 defends e4, which makes it more difficult to play c4. Knight's defending everything. d5 is also hard to play. So if black doesn't move any of the queenside pawns, maybe she's thinking f4, bishop f3, and gain some space on the king side.
Yeah, just freeze all of black's activity on one side of the board and focus on the other.
That's what it seems like she wants. Yeah. And
Makes sense when you put it that way.
Bishop c6 is played. Defending the pawn some more. Especially in case white plays queen a1. We need to defend the pawn as much as possible. So yeah, I'm wondering if she'll play f4. If that was her idea behind knight d2.
And knight d2 was in lieu of queen d2, right?
Right, we thought queen d2 was going to be played. And she did play f4.
Like something like this. Sorry.
Right. Okay. f4 was played.
Okay.
So Dina's plan as an engine improved, but it seems very logical to me to play for f4. Bishop f3. The white queen could go to h4. f5. Typical white, attack in this kind of position.
Yeah.
She's blocking up the queen side and center and trying to attack on the king side.
This goes back to what you were saying about style, where you're like, yeah, I think Dina generally likes to play some attacking chess. This seems to fit the bill pretty well.
Can we get the names back in the classroom?
We did. The name. Oh, we did. I did not update the overlay. So one moment. Good catch.
People are already confused in my chat. Who's white? They're easily confused.
It's fine. I'll take the blame. And for Chad, who's asking, who is Dina facing and what is his or her rating? she is facing FIDE Master Grayson Rohrer, who is 2281 and technically a chess kid, so 18 years old. And yeah, it's a opponent who has gotten to this position. Seems like yeah, as Ben was saying, the engine slightly favors black, but seems like white has a clear plan and is asking the questions right now.
Mm-hmm. Dina started the game sort of late, so she's been behind on the clock for a while. But it's a very small time disadvantage, and it doesn't really matter much in this position.
Actually, should I add the time? I could add the time to the overlay.
It won't be because of the delay. It's not accurate, but it's close enough.
True.
You can add the time if you want, if it's easy for you to do.
Seemed. I think that's pretty good, right, chat? I could also even make it even better. Hold on. Now it kind of looks like Dina's just staring at the time, which may be what she really is doing, considering the fact that she started at a time deficit. But maybe this is a little too creative. Chat, you just let me know. And Ben.
Yeah, that looks fine.
Okay.
Queen C7 was played. Connecting his rooks. Oops, defending the E5 square.
So you're saying like plans of bishop f3 just to solidify everything. At what point?
H4. F5, bishop H6. Yeah, the question is, when white starts slowly attacking on the king side, what's black gonna do?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what does black do? Okay, so she plays bishop f3, but what does she plays? But what does black do after f5? Like, obviously you can't really take because that would open everything up, right? So you just
probably the knight would try to go to E5, the knight on B6, and then with the knight not on B6 anymore, we can put pressure on the B pawn. Because F5 is good for attacking, but it does give away E5 for the black knight.
So it comes down to tempo and who's faster.
Yeah, that could be. Bishop F3 is a more solid move.
So aggressive plans, but calculated, measured execution here.
Yeah, she's just trying to control the center squares.
Right.
With all of her pieces and pawns. Make it difficult for black to play D5. Although the engine says black can play D5 here. Looks risky because the C5 pawn is attacked. Also, it allows E5, which is very tricky. So the engine might like D5, but for a human, that's a hard move to play.
Yeah.
D7 seems reasonable, opening up the diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, if you move the knight, then I mean, white can't really move the knight on c3 for a little bit, right? Kind of hard to.
Exactly. We open up the bishop. Yeah. Let's see. Somebody in my chat says, why does the diagram show Dina plays white? Dina has white. The camera's not on for this game. So we're showing a camera from the last round, just so you can see Dina.
The angle of the camera from the archived VOD, changed, so you could see more of the black pieces. So I had to cut it out discreetly.
You're seeing a video from Dina this morning.
Mm-hmm. It's just so we can embody the spirit of Dina as we commentate, you know. It's all tied together, it's all connected. And that helps like the telepathy from what we're seeing to you know, bring it over to Dina as she plays in Charlotte.
Boy, the engine really likes Naroditsky's game against Jin Xiaozhou. Thinks he has a really big advantage. Other games seem more or less close to equality on the top boards.
Oh, what I was gonna say about Carissa Yip earlier is that she's also got a storm of over the board events, because if she's playing this, and maybe even this weekend, like she's also playing in the US Juniors, I believe. Isn't that coming up in a week from now?
Yeah, that's pretty soon. Yeah. I don't know if I thought that was starting even sooner.
Oh, even sooner?
Yeah, let me see when it's starting. 2023. I know what year it is.
That's good. Sometimes when you wake up from a long nap or something, like you can forget what century you're in.
That happens. Let's see here. July 15th to 25th. So, yeah, you're correct. I guess she's not playing this weekend then.
Yeah, that'll make it a little bit difficult. By the way, do we have predictions in chat for the result for today? If not, we should make that happen. I don't see one in any of the three chats, so I'm gonna try and create one in my chat, but mods and Dina and Ben's channel and Karen's channel, then feel free to make a prediction.
I don't see Carissa playing in the US Junior.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, she could play in the girls, but that seems like that would be beneath her. But maybe that means she's playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Let's see the field. She is playing in the girls. I thought that would be too easy for her. Although Alice Lee is playing. Alice Lee's really good. Yeah, so she's playing in the US Junior Girls. Carissa, then Alice Lee. Rochelle Wu's playing. I saw her in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Her and her brother. I saw them at the Indian restaurant.
Nice, nice.
Well, I'm surprised she's playing in the girls and not in the junior championship. Well, she's a big favorite, her and Alice Lee.
Yeah.
That'll be the key matchup in the tournament.
And Alice Lee recently newly minted international master. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure she needs the rating. She might have to get a rating at 2,400, but maybe not. Maybe she already is.
Or maybe she crossed it at some point.
Possibly, yeah.
I thought
Definitely,
I saw...
at least IM strength,
Yeah.
at a minimum.
Well, she was taking down like she was taking down a couple of super GMs, right? Like
Yeah.
The Romanian Daniel, what was it, Deacon, or I can't remember his name, but she took down a couple of super GMs.
Yach or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So knight FD7 was played, and then Dina played Queen E2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Alice Lee drew against Hikaru in the PCL, in the Pro Chess League.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of I know those are all rapid games, not classical, but still a lot of impressive recent results.
No, she's the real deal for sure. Yeah, both sides are building up this game. It's not clear what either side should do. It's pretty closed. I'm wondering if Dina wants to play her rook to the queen side, or if she wants to keep it on f1 for attacking later. Depends if black can put any pressure on the b pawn. Rook b8. But the knight on b6 doesn't really have a good square to go to have an attack on the b pawn by discovery.
Yeah, true.
With knight fd7, the knight is defending the c5 pawn, so black could consider e6 d5 because the pawn would be defended then. Then d5 threatens d4.
Yeah, get the fork out. Have you seen the giant fork ever?
The giant fork? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you gotta have the visual cues. So we got the giant fork. We got some skewers as well.
You need a skewer too. Gotta have a skewer.
Yeah, if I don't knock my lighting over, then I can show the skewers.
There we go.
Yeah, we have a pin somewhere around here, but
All right.
yeah, you know, as an adult learner, like I only learned chess starting at the age of like 25, so you know I need all the visual aids I can get. And last I checked, chess.com doesn't consider this cheating, so you know I think we're gonna continue with it.
That's right. Yeah, definitely.
All right.
In my chat, they predicted Karen will be a GM before Levy. Interesting.
Well, considering the fact that Levy won't play any tournaments anymore, right? That's seems like his progress on the classical titles are stalled. Grugan, I do not have an X-ray machine, unfortunately. That seems like it would be much too costly of a prop. Oh my gosh.
I ask Carrot Top to pay for these props.
Yeah. Well, I'll start like a sub goal for X-rays, right?
You could get the Eagle CD Desperado.
Oh, okay, that would be great. All right.
If you can find a CD anymore.
I know. Well, I've got to really go to some old store or whatever, like some old record store.
Looks like Dina's caught up on time. They both have about an hour and 5 minutes left. As of 15 minutes ago.
And you know, at least in the archive footage, she is no longer at the board while her opponent thinks. So maybe it's in sync with what she's doing now as her opponent tries to figure out a plan forward.
Somebody in my chat said, "Did KD wash his shirt since Vegas?"
This one? Yeah, of course.
I assume they mean that one.
Yeah. I
gambit, you under. All right.
Yep. No, I have a bunch of shirts. I think I guess I wore this for one of my videos in Vegas. So I think maybe I wore this against Eric, because I played Eric Rosen in a blitz game, and it was with time odds, but I'm not too proud of of how it finished. It's I think over the last month I've realized just how crazy it is, like the speed at which master level players can play at compared to other people. Because I also played Eric again recently in St. Louis this past weekend in chess tennis, so it was like a It was like we played 6 points of tennis and then 6 minutes of chess. It was like a 15-minute game. And then I also played Ray Robson, who's like a top 50 grandmaster. But I was hoping I would have time to like beat them in tennis before they beat me in chess. But they barely used any time, like at all. it was intimidating for sure, to say the least.
You must be quite good at tennis because they're not bad.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not bad. There's some good points, but I mean I played tennis in college, so I feel like I've earned the right to say that I should have the upper hand on that front.
Yep.
But we do see Dina's opponent go for this plan of e6, maybe looking to play d5 in the future, since the c5 pawn is well protected now, as Ben was commenting on, or pointing out, with this little knight maneuver. Seems like black has kind of improved their pieces. The bishop's open, and starting to gain some space.
Yeah, my engine's saying bishop f2, I guess, to step out of the way of d4. Knight d1 is the other move. That seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, black is super solid, has the idea of playing d5. Pretty good game so far. And she's thinking there on the stream from this morning, so that's good.
Yeah.
Doing now, thinking.
Fits the vibes.
Somebody in my chat says, why not use the fan house footage at this point? That's probably not a good idea, because then we won't see her make any moves.
Right.
And she won't get up from the board, so that's not good. We need to be similar to what's happening now.
Okay.
One idea the engine has is to play knight c4, and then if we trade knights, the c pawn on c4 defends d5 some more. Unusual way to defend d5.
Yeah.
Just doubling the pawns and control d5 more.
Not only doubling, but potentially tripling. Like, okay, sorry, I'm just gonna show this and we can unpromote it, but something like this.
Don't take with the rook, take with the pawn, right? Exactly.
Right. Well, if you take it with the rook, then potentially this can continue rolling down, but you get the powerful triple stack terror, but it usually isn't always a
triple pawns are 3 times as good.
Yeah. Although I remember seeing a grandmaster play this. Who was it? I feel like maybe in the US Chess Championships this last year, I think like Linier Dominguez Perez won a game where he had triple pawns, and I was like, this is insanity, but okay. But I don't know, that's definitely not something you would see at the master level very commonly.
Right. Well, and she did play bishop f2. That's the computer move. Yeah, that way d4 doesn't attack the bishop. The bishop has some squares over here. H5, h4, h5. Yeah, good move. I like it.
Good find.
Now d5, white can play e5, and then start attacking on the king's side.
Right, because Dina has successfully prophylactically gotten away from the fork ideas here.
Right. Yeah, for some reason the engine likes black, but I don't know. It seems about equal to me. And Dina's basically equalized the time. I have to make a prediction on whether Dina's going to win.
Yeah.
Let's predict.
Oops. Yeah.
Introducing channel points. All right, let's see. Uh-oh, so far Fries is winning.
I accidentally ended the prediction, so if you're just now joining, please join in the prediction now on my stream, because I accidentally ended it. The game is still going though. Yeah, you can be assured, and there's plenty of game left. You know, Engine says one thing. We have our Grandmaster in residence saying another in terms of what position is liked slightly more than the other. So you know, it's you know, we're trying to send good vibes and see where it goes.
Somebody in the Dina chat's talking about the Vegas Sphere. That was right outside of our window when we were at the World Series. So we kept seeing when it was changing all the stuff it was doing.
Oh yeah. But you're not traveling anymore. You're home now, right?
We're at home. We've been home for a few days. Yeah. Let's see. Colin Apex Legends has subscribed. Hooray!
Very nice.
Go Legend. Rook FE8 was just played.
Mm-hmm.
Putting the rook opposite the queen on E2.
I mean, I guess that.
Although if black plays D5 later and white plays E5, then the rook doesn't do very much on E8.
Right.
Unless he's trying to defend his king side with knight F8.
Yeah. But at the very least, it discourages F5, right? Because of the X-ray.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh. I guess it's an X-ray, but you know, if the pawns move, there's a there's a discovery of the rook attacking the queen. So there's a little another prop.
All right.
By the end of stream, we'll exhaust everything that I own. Yeah.
Yeah, and black could consider playing F5 also. It's pretty double-edged.
Mm-hmm. Oh, black could play F5. Whoa.
I don't think he'll do that, but he could consider it. If I was black and I was going to play F5, I'd play the other rook to E8, I think, and then play F5. I mean, if white can't play F5, that seems good enough.
Yeah.
From black's perspective.
Okay, but if F5 comes, actually, what does white do? I guess they can just not react to that, because you definitely don't want to take and open up the rook. And
right. Yeah, we could play bishop G3 or play king H1. Okay, she played H4. Wants to play H5.
Mm-hmm. So again, after like, oh wait, oh because we didn't, sorry, because I played like this other line, can we both promote move 19? Because I think Classroom gets a little bit buggy sometimes if you don't both promote the same move.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we both see H4 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Always promote.
Yeah. Okay, I will refrain from making a move until it's actually on the board then, and we can always go back for analysis. But F5.
Yeah, black can play F5 or D5. I think black's waited long enough.
Yeah.
Lots of waiting, improving moves, but something's got to happen at some point.
Yeah. I wish I had one of my shirts available to show, because you know, chat's also saying when in doubt promote, echoing your thoughts there. And I have a shirt that says trust the process, and it's a picture of a pawn looking at a mirror of a queen in the mirror. So it's like goes along with it. No Grugan. Auto, well, I don't know. Actually, Ben, what do you think about this? Auto promote to queen. Do you have it on or off?
Oh, I always have it off because when I'm playing on my stream, I under promote a lot.
It's
So,
true.
whenever I promote, I have to pick a piece.
Yeah.
Which is good when I want to under promote. When people have it auto queen and they want to under promote, they don't know how to do it, and there's always a disaster.
Yeah. That's the I think you have to like hold alt or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm sure if you're in a speed scenario, like, are you even thinking about that? Probably not.
There was a case a couple of days ago, which I saw on Twitter, where the guy needed to promote to a knight with check, but he couldn't figure out how to do it.
Well, speaking of under promotions, Magnus recently had a pretty legit under promotion in the Global Chess League.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that game against Vichy?
Yes. Yeah, that was shocking that he would have the wherewithal to realize he has a big advantage down a queen.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's also funny because like Vichy was essentially playing for stalemate tricks, and
Right.
I wonder, like, I saw a clip of them both laughing, but I wonder if it was like any sort of poker face that like gave away the fact that he was playing for a trick, or if Magnus just saw it and then like made eye contact and started laughing.
Mhm.
But
That's probably what happened, the latter.
yeah. How, okay, actually, real question, because I'm honestly relatively new to the over the board scene. Like when I played in Vegas, that was my first over the board tournament. That was like a multi-day classical event, and yeah, I guess what's your insight on like chess psychology over the board in terms of, you know, showing emotion, trying to be stolid, like no emotions the whole time. Like my first round opponent, just like he had a baseball cap below his eyes, so I just couldn't see anything the whole time, and he didn't want to look at me. Like, what?
Most chess players have trouble hiding their emotions, but I guess if you're going to dress like that, that gives you a better chance. Most people are too emotional during the game. There's some ups and downs, and they miss stuff. I'm not sure that helps the opponent. At the top level, that's less common. Although Kasparov and Nakamura are examples of people who are very emotional at the board and show their emotions. They can't help it. But yeah, most of the time you just want to keep a poker face and just play, because those kind of things happen, the up and downs of chess. Sometimes you miss stuff, but not letting your opponent know is a good idea.
Yeah.
Somebody in my chat says Jan Nepomniachtchi has a lot of emotion. Yeah, it could happen.
Yeah. Have you ever played a move that is just like how about this? What's the best reaction you've drawn from an opponent because of a shocking move you played?
I've had a couple of people put their head down and shake their head. One was in Iceland in 1990. I made a move and he put his head down for like a minute, shaking his head. So another guy in Reno in 1999, he blundered, and I made the winning move, and he was very upset. Those are both grandmasters too. I won those games. Go me.
GG.
Yeah, it happens occasionally. People get really upset, but one time I played Irina Krush in a tournament in St. Louis, and she blundered her queen to some pretty obvious trick. So I played the move that won her queen, and she said, "Oh my God," just like that. And then she kept playing. Like, you can't yell out "Oh my God" and keep playing. That's resigning when you yell that out. But all right. Went out for like 3 more moves and resigned.
Okay.
But yeah, it was a tournament room and she yelled out "Oh my God," because she hung her queen, so wasn't good.
Oh no, that's tragic.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, yeah. Like in the middle of a dead silent tournament hall, right?
Yeah, I remember that video somebody on my chat is pointing out, but it was actually his opponent, not him. Petrosian, his opponent fell out of his chair during the World Blitz.
Pavel Teklov, right?
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't me.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm sniping
Petrosian
your
was
chat a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, it was Petrosian?
I mean, he was the opponent,
Yeah.
but people said that it was him, but it wasn't.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Pavel Teklov that fell out of his chair.
Yeah. Yeah, Petrosian put his hand out to help him, and he was like, eh. Yeah.
I'm chat sniping your stream a little bit. And I see that someone had a kid pretend that they dropped a piece to go under the table and cry. That seems seems a little bit like bullying, but
unsportsmanlike conduct.
Exactly. I mean,
go Dina. Dina has more time now. All right.
Look at that. How the turns have tabled.
That's right. Well said. I'll get some water.
I have a buddy who always intentionally says the wrong saying. And the one that always irked me until I learned to accept it was he would say, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. And
that's right.
That always got me until I just caved and I started saying it too, and I was like, all right, let's we're buying into it. We're buying into the Kool-Aid. We're drinking it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. That train has sailed. That's a good one. I like that.
It's not easy to do, but somebody has to do it.
Right.
Go trains. Let's see. We have some more results. Costa Corley drew with a 2300.
Very
Ethan
nice.
and Gowrie drew. Go Ethan. Go Atlanta people.
Oh, is Ethan also ATL native?
Yeah.
Very nice.
And other games are still going. The engine likes Carissa's game now. She's got her attack going.
So the opening surprise has paid off.
Yep, big time advantage. Yeah, so we just have a few draws, and some other games are still going.
How long have you been in Atlanta for?
7 or 8 years.
Okay.
Something like that.
Very nice.
About a-
So basically, right around the time I left Georgia is when you entered Georgia. You're like, it's
Exactly.
safe now. There's no one crazy like that guy.
Yeah, when you left Georgia, where did you go?
I went to school in Ohio, and then I've been in Ohio for like 9 years or so.
Okay, I used to live in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh.
But you weren't born yet.
Columbus
As
is
soon as
nice.
you were born, I left. I said, no, gotta get out of here.
Right. Exactly. You were calculating so many years in advance. Like.
What did Canty do? Canty has the advantage.
Ooh, Dina's opponent is really in the think tank right now.
Yeah, so far he's avoided making a big decision like G5 or F5, but this could be the time to do it. To finally bite the bullet and burn those bridges.
Yeah. If you were looking to not burn that bridge, what h4 is played, a lot of times can h5 be a response, like a natural response to
Yeah,
stop the pawn?
Then she could play G4 and probably open up the king side quicker.
Just rip it open.
Rawr.
Yeah. She can use some of her, chess boxing metaphors to open it up. I know she was giving Andrea some chess lessons recently.
If she says "rawr," her opponent will think that she's saying his name.
Oh, right. It's better than saying "Oh my God" in the middle of the tournament hall.
That is better. Yeah.
But I was saying, like, to try and rip the king open and throw some haymakers. That's going along with Dina's affinity for boxing analogies, because when she teaches Andrea now, she always has to use boxing analogies so that Andrea can understand.
That's good. I'm going to use the restroom, so I'll leave you in charge.
Sounds good. Take your time.
Yep. I shall return.
All right, chair stream. Look at that. We got a chair stream, chat. Does anyone have a chair emote? Is that a thing? Yeah. Some chair emotes. Burning a bridge is strategic positioning. I like that. That is one way to think about it. Giga chair instead of Giga Chad. Yes. But yeah. Chat, recently, with just going along the topic of chess boxing, recently Matt Thomas, who commentated for the last chess boxing championships for the Mogul chess boxing, he's also the 2018 world champion of chess boxing. But we're looking at some potential matchups for chess boxing. But honestly, like, if you were to chess box against a friend, like, I don't know, would you be able, do you trust yourself to be able to be friends both before and after a chess boxing bout? Because it's almost impressive what Dina and Andrea have done to, I would argue, to be like closer now that they have chess boxed instead of the other way around. Yeah. We should have used archived footage of Dina chess boxing. That would be great. Like, just down below, instead of her at the board, it's just her chess boxing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is the Charlotte Norm Super Chess Boxing Swiss tournament. You can get a chess norm from chess boxing, Yeah. Okay, we're seeing some mixed responses in chat about whether or not you could chess box against a friend. Danya is not okay. Danya is not playing Carissa. Oh, against Clarissa. Sorry, I thought I read that as Carissa for a second. Also, yeah, that's not even Danya's opponent's name. Okay, we're gonna move on from that one. I would not survive in chess boxing against Ben, so I don't think that's a good idea. Grugan, that's surprising also that so Grugan saying that Andrea got on well with Michelle too, Michelle Kare, who she also chess boxed against, or sorry, boxed against, not chess boxed. But it's crazy because I feel like both of those had some degree of controversy around the match, so it's it's crazy that that friendship was able to still blossom. Okay, so black here, after h4, does opt to finally play f5. So the bridge has been burned. This pawn cannot go backwards. Pawns do not move backwards, okay? Knights, bishops, queens, rooks, kings, all those pieces, they can move backwards. And sometimes people forget about that. I'm guilty myself. Sometimes I forget that pieces can move backwards, and then all of a sudden I blunder something very important, and I'm like, oh gosh, that's that wasn't very good. But pawns cannot go backwards, okay? And in this case, Dina says, yeah, I'm not gonna help you open up the rook on the queen, so let's go forward with h5 anyway. And it's very double-edged position that we're getting into here, and there's different options, but it looks like d5, e5 could be options for black, just to take advantage of this queen being over here, like just really trying to force everything open at some point. But I think d5, then what's wrong with e5, right? That seems like a reasonable response, but TBD.
And the game has ended. Were there any moves made? Oh, there were moves made.
Yes, so the bridge has been burned.
Moves.
Pawns do not move backwards, right? So, or at least last I checked. Chess 2.0 hasn't been released, so pawns still can't move backwards. And that would be a very interesting chess variant. But f5 was played immediately, then h5.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So, I think in general, like, just trying to take advantage of the rook and the queen being in the same file, like, isn't e5 probably a sensible plan to try and at least open this up and then manually pry everything else open?
e5 is reasonable. It lets white hop into d5, which probably isn't good right away.
Okay.
But yeah, e5 makes sense. d5 makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The engine's saying bishop h6, which would shock me. I don't think that's going to be played.
Wait, sorry, what was that last move?
Bishop h6 is one of the engine ideas, which I don't like. Stupid engine tricks are for kids.
Right.
No. Yeah, now the game is getting very exciting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but real talk, I feel like if there was a variant where pawns could move backwards, that would blow some people's minds, including my own.
That would be an unusual variant.
Yeah. Well, it's someone in chat is saying that the key would just be to move the pawn one square backwards and promote to all queens, but I feel like that would not be a mechanic that's available.
You can move backwards except in those positions, right?
Right.
It's Karen. She's at Music Bingo. How's it going? The game's getting exciting.
Mm-hmm. Things are happening, indeed.
Why isn't Ben beating up on 500s? Those 500s are underrated. It's not fair. Yay, Dina has 1,700 people watching on her channel. Go, Dina.
Look at that. Go, Dina, for
10
sure.
times more than I have.
Go, Dina.
Hey, you were right. He played e5. You were right as usual.
Oh, wow, that's a compliment. I appreciate that one. But yeah, I guess there is some concern for the queen, but if you take here, you always have an intermezzo to take on h7, so I feel like taking on g6 is probably safe, but then at some point you do have to address the big ol' x-ray.
If only you had an x-ray machine. Your only mistake.
I know, we keep talking about it. I really need that sub goal to come to fruition. Okay, honestly, like, x-ray machines are probably insanely expensive though, so.
Right. Hey, Pam. It's Pam. Go, Pam.
Whoa. Speaking of chess variants, what if in Dina's chat, Grugan is saying, what if the variant was the promotion square is closer to the edge of the board? So it's not like the entire back rank, but then that doesn't make sense because then wait, the pawns can only move. Can some pawns just never promote? They have to capture diagonally to get to a promotion square.
Seems very suspicious.
Yeah, that would be incredible.
Daniel Naroditsky's done something wrong because it went from him winning to equal on the engine there.
Ooh.
Although still his position looks pretty good to me. Let's see what else we got going on. Nope, nobody's completely winning. How's Carissa doing? Carissa has an advantage, it says. Definitely has a time advantage of half an hour.
That can definitely snowball the pressure into the board position, right?
It could, yes. And often it does. Let's see, what else is happening of note? Nobody's completely winning. Oh, okay. Get back to Dina. Dina's thinking on this move. Even though she's away from the board, she's still at the board thinking.
Exactly. Oh, who's walking behind? Okay, it's not Croc Suit Man, but we're always looking out for characters, you know.
Yeah, I think Dina should trade on G6 as you suggested, and then take on F5. Then her queen can go to D1 later. And her knights are going to get some squares. Something's going to happen.
They're going to get some squares or give some squares?
Yeah, no, it's gonna. The knight will get some squares eventually.
Okay. Okay.
Possible White could just play Queen D1 here if she's worried about the so-called X-ray. E1's a nice safe square. E4 still protected, but she has to be careful if he takes F4. Could be after I take on F5, Black's pawns get messed up. So very complicated. I think she should take on G6 first, and then take on F5. But she might play Queen D1 or trade on G6 and then play Queen D1. It's a little worrisome because the F pawn's attacked.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably a position where she's going to think a long time because there's a lot of captures and a lot of tricks.
And since she's not at the board, maybe she's visualizing as she walks around. Walking and whatever the equivalent of walk and talking is in chess. You know, walking and calculating.
Walking and thinking, yeah.
Yeah. Which, you know, maybe since she's a woman grandmaster, she can do. But I tried. Sorry.
She's not at the board, but she still is. So
right.
It's still good. You can do both.
So in Vegas, I tried to walk and think, and the playing hall isn't always like right next to the restrooms, so I needed to use the restroom, but I was also a little bit behind on time, so I was trying to hurry along and also think and multitask, and I found this brilliant variation where like I was going to be able to trap my opponent's rook if they played the wrong move. And then when I showed up to the board, like the move that I calculated was on the board, and I was happy. And then I realized I had changed the color of my bishop in my mind. I was like, oh.
Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah, I was like, that doesn't work. Never mind.
She played another move I hadn't considered. She played G3, defending her pawn with F4.
Okay.
Not recommended by the engine. Yeah, because the queen's still on E2, so D5 is going to be a tough move to meet at some point. Either D5 right now or take on F4 and then play D5.
Whoa.
Because of this potential X-ray here.
And if takes D5, E5 doesn't help plug the hole?
Take D5, E5. Seems like it's forced. Then D4.
Oh wow. Yeah, and this
Knight
knight
doesn't have a lot of great squares.
Yeah, it doesn't have a bright future at all.
Yeah, now black has a super cool move G5 because the E5 pawn is so weak.
Undermine it.
This is very sharp, complicated. The engine likes it, but that doesn't mean that the player with black is going to like it. But yeah, the knights are sort of silly here, especially the knight on D1.
I mean, ooh. It seems crazy, but could you like take, presumably take back, and then at some point move this king over to the H file and try and take advantage of this G file? Although your other rook is really stranded, like quite far away.
Well, now knight takes is immediately winning. It says that's too bad. You gotta watch it there.
Oh, this queen. It just has nowhere. Yeah, the knight being on D1 takes another square away, because remember we were talking about queen D1 being a resource, but yeah, with these pawns here, like all the squares are taken away from the queen. But we do see D5 right away.
It does like takes in D5.
Oh wait, but in this case, black did not take on F4. They just played D5 right away.
Oh, he already. I didn't know he moved already. Oh, okay.
Yes. So G3, D5, and then we should both promote. Okay. So we have D5. And here.
Pawn structure.
Yeah. Get the pawn fence.
Yeah, G5 very aggressive. Also a good move.
Yeah, and I mean it's the same issue of this knight being.
I don't think he wanted to allow E5. That's why he left his pawn on E5. And the post from her thinking this afternoon is similar to the way she's thinking now. So it's perfect.
All right. Paid actor Dina is communicating the vibes perfectly.
Yeah, after rook E8 and E5, F5, D5, probably Dina should have played queen D1 earlier. Queen on E2's not well placed now.
Yeah. But I mean, also there's like danger here, because if you take on D5, doesn't just he takes F5 and the queen's hit, and also G3's hit with the queen supporting it as well, right? Because
this will just be winning,
Like I don't really know what else you're gonna do here.
Yeah, this is winning for black. White's king is too exposed.
Yeah. So you can't take on D5, so I mean,
you could take on E5 or G6.
Yeah.
But yeah, black's position is good, not only because the white queen is misplaced, the white rook on A3 is not doing very much. And black's pieces are coming to life. With so many arrows, it's got to be good.
Making art.
Yeah, double rounds is tough, especially after such long travel. You get exhausted in the evening game, especially after playing the first game.
Yeah, I mean, her normal local time, it must feel like it's 1 a.m. So it's quite a tough time to be playing your highest level of chess, but hopefully as the tournament goes on, she gets more and more adjusted. Also, in light of what we were saying, like any variation with like d4 by black, in light of what we were reviewing, just to give the queen a little bit extra mobility, like this knight's a bad knight on d1 anyway. Like what if it was just knight B1 might be something that's a necessity at some point in the future instead. Does that seem? I mean, I guess ideally you just avoid D4.
D4, you know.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, if you play D4, I'm not sure if my knight goes to B1 or G1, but it'll go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for the rook on A3 though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black's counterplay timing is excellent this game because it looked like White was getting an initiative on the king's side, and then he correctly counterattacked in the center, taking advantage of the queen on E2.
He pulled a Uno reverse card at the exact moment.
Yeah, I just saw something funny on Twitter about whether if somebody gives you a draw 4 card, your response is to give the next person a draw 2 card, and they have to draw 6. But the answer is fries.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you can't do that, but it sounds good.
It does sound good. It does sound good. Yeah, I was like, I thought you had to match, but it's like a never let them know your next move kind of situation. You're like, didn't think I could do that, huh?
Cheating is the gift man gives himself. Why should the race always go to the quick or the athletic? It's Tong Han. Are you reading me? Never. Tong Han says, what if knight takes D5? That seems suspicious.
Why is that Twitch has labeled that as a sexually explicit phrase? Knight takes D5?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very romantic move, I guess.
That's
too
right.
romantic.
The romantic era.
Yeah. Okay, but why? So knight takes. I think this
seems like we're going to open up this file here.
Yep.
So
Yep.
Bishop takes.
Yep.
Takes on. You're threatening this and threatening this.
Yeah. Knight takes d5 is the exact same issue that we ran into when we just played e takes d5 first. Yeah.
And then bishop takes b2 is the next move.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, this is White's position is falling apart here.
Yeah.
Once upon a time he was falling in love, now he's only falling apart.
Right. Okay. But okay. I'm just spitballing out there, which may be a bad thing. Okay, maybe just takes or something, but if White did have an extra turn or two, like, is rook a1 and b3 even any sort of consideration? Probably not, actually, because this is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, you'll be opening. Yeah, you don't want to move your b pawn.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, so I mean, okay, the queen side or this pawn is like stopped, but at what cost is kind of what it feels like. And the cost is pretty hefty with a full rook.
We have another draw. Elshamor Diabati drew Andy Woodward. On board 4. So the engine really likes Naroditsky's position again. Says he's close to winning. Likes Carissa's position, says she's much better. Says Deepak has a big advantage against Becerra.
Nice. Georgia being represented well.
Go Georgia.
Just a good year to be a dog. DAWG.
I have 2 good dogs at home.
Oh, very nice, very nice. What kind of dogs are they?
Big and loud. They're mixed breeds. They're both about 75 pounds.
Woo. It's hefty.
Let's see. Canty's doing quite well. Let's see. Did Dina make a move? No.
Not yet.
Dina and her opponent have about the same amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Dina. She has to think a long time, find a best way out.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable to spend some time here.
Yeah, D5 was a strong move. Yeah, people in my chat are suggesting slow moves for white, but that's, I mean, when black plays e takes f4, that's already a crushing move because it wins a pawn and opens us up.
Yeah.
White has to do something quick. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Even after HG, black doesn't have to take back, although I think that he could take on f4 and make the game more complicated. But I don't see a reason to. I think just taking back on g6 and leaving these threats here on the center. Because d5 basically has a threat on the f4 pawn, opening up the queen.
Mm-hmm. So, but even after h takes g6, even if you want to avoid losing a pawn and just take right away on e5, like, there's still, like, things are still opening up and d4 is still on the horizon, right?
Right, and if black takes with the bishop on e5, then g3 is attacked. And yeah, with this opening up, this is dangerous.
Yeah.
No, this is a good use of her time here in this position. This position's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Few games already ended in draws. We don't have any decisive results yet. Yeah, when I was playing 5, 6, 7 years ago, and there was 2 rounds a day, I was always hoping one of my games would be relatively short, and I could focus my energy on the other game. When I played the World Open last year, my last tournament, I took some half-point buys so I wouldn't have to play 2 games a day. Although I did on the last day, but some of the days I had a half-point buy and I would play a game.
Well, if you take your half-point buys earlier in the tournament, is that more beneficial because on average you're playing people that are more tired as you go further in the tournament?
You could say that. I would just take one every day so I wouldn't have to play 2 games in a day. So like round 1 was just, I think, like I took buys in rounds 2, 4, and 6, and then I played 1, 3, 5, and 7. Then I played 8 and 9. I don't think you couldn't take too many buys. You can't take a buy every round.
Yeah.
But just so I could play 1 game a day. And then I didn't lose any games. In the last round, I got crushed.
Oof.
That was my last game. That's my last remembrance of slow chess, was getting crushed by a lower rated player.
Oh gosh. Well, if you didn't lose any rounds and they kept up and had a similar score, then it seems like they probably had a pretty good tournament.
Yeah, I think he got either IM or a GM norm.
Yeah, it seems like they were on a tear, just on fire for that weekend or for that week. Whew. Must have been at peak nutrition, peak hydration, championship levels of all that, and sleep, you know. But speaking of which, I may need to go refill some hydration for myself. So BRB. I'm leaving you in charge this time.
Yeah, I'm in charge. Now we could destroy everything.
I was gonna say, I hope no more bridges are burned, but we'll see.
How can we sleep when our bridges are burning? So yeah, black just played excellent move d5. Opening up the diagonal for the queen and putting pressure here on e4. And Dina's been thinking for quite a long time. Not an easy position for Dina. Like, even with the engine helping me, I'm not sure what white should do, because this is really blowing up here in the center. The queen's just not well placed on e2. The rook's not well placed on a3. And black's pieces are coming to life. So far, black's played an excellent game. Knight fd7, rook e8, pushing all these pawns. Time is about equal. Both sides have about an hour. I'm sorry, have about 40 minutes left, 45 minutes. Of course, the times are 15 minutes ago. They're not current. We have some draws on the top boards. Board 2, board 4, board 5, board 7, and board 10 were all drawn. No decisive games yet, but they're coming. Yancy has a quite a good position for those who follow him. He has the black pieces against Maximilian Liu. For those Deepak fans out there, Deepak has a good position with black against Julio Becerra. And for Carissa Yip fans, Carissa has slight advantage and a big time advantage against Dimitar Mardov. And that's board 7, I believe. Yeah. And Naroditsky has a nice position against Jin Chao Zhou on board 1. And let's see if she's made a move yet. Not yet. Anybody have anything interesting in the chat? I don't mind reading the chat and giving out my silly opinion. What did Dina do wrong? Well, it didn't like when she played this knight d2 f4. It didn't like the plan that she played, even though I thought it was fine. But I think g3 was a mistake also. It doesn't really like her piece setup. She didn't do much wrong. But it didn't like queen e2 and bishop f3 and g3, which I guess this is why. Her queen's just not well placed on e2, but the engine really didn't like g3. So her last move wasn't great. What makes this particular tournament attractive, competitive? Well, a lot of people like to go to Charlotte because they have well-run tournaments. Peter Giannatos and runs really nice tournaments there. The top players probably get conditions. The prizes are pretty good, $10,000 prize fund, and people want to get norms. So when you're playing in a 9-round tournament, where you're trying to get an IM or a GM norm, Charlotte has a lot of those. So that's a good place to play for that. And they provide, wooden pieces and clocks for the players, unlike some other tournaments which don't. So yeah, people like playing where there's nice conditions and norms and good prizes. Make sense?
Seems sensible.
Yeah, he's back.
I'm back.
Hand rested and ready.
Exactly. Did I see? Okay, never mind. I thought I saw an interesting chat comment. Okay, maybe not. Okay, never mind. It said that we should chess box, and I think I addressed that earlier, that I would get destroyed in chess boxing against you, so seems pretty definitive from...
Not against me, but maybe against Dina.
I think you would destroy me in chess boxing much more quickly.
I think I would collapse and die during the first round.
But chess is first.
That's good. Chess, I have a chance.
So I don't know. I would, especially if you had time to prep against me. I mean, your prep is gonna go a lot further than my prep against you will. So, yeah, this would be a challenge. But okay, I think I asked this off stream, but I think chat deserves to hear your answer. Who would your dream chess boxing matchup be? If you know, hypothetically, in a world where you were forced to do it.
Everybody wants to see is me versus Ginger GM. That's the dream matchup. Hopefully, it'll never happen. It's more like a nightmare than a dream.
Right. Well, you know, this is just hypothetically speaking. You know, meanwhile, Matt Thomas and Ludwig may be taking some notes as they're creating their cards for hopefully Mogul Chess Boxing Championships 2.0. No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, it would be interesting to see, just like, honestly, just so many different pairings are available. Like obviously, you know, it would be in, okay, maybe I'm taking too much of a detour, but Magnus and Hikaru, Magnus and Hans, like there's just too many matchups that would be a dream scenario.
Magnus looks pretty fit, so I wouldn't.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't box him.
Yeah.
He seems scary in both.
I agree. Yeah. He would be.
My chance says Ben versus Levy. No, that wouldn't be good. Levy practices boxing. That's not good.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Levy has. I mean, okay, maybe not a fight experience, but he definitely has boxing experience, right?
Yeah. Somebody's asking to get banned in my chat. I can't wait to have them banned.
Someone in my chat's asking if this is a still image of Dina or is she just locked in. I think she's locked in, which the position calls for a lot of care in this position.
Seems like a still image because the person in the back is just standing there. It seems stuck.
Oh, let me fix that. Oh, okay, that's better. That's the updated archive footage. Okay.
There was a funny. They were showing a World Series of Poker a few years ago, and the commentators were talking about how much Moneymaker was focused on this one play, what he was going to do, and after about 45 seconds, Johnny Chan said, "You know it's your turn, right?" And he goes, "Oh, I thought I folded already." Oh, he was just sitting there, and the commentators thought he was really focused, but he just didn't know it was his turn.
Well,
Occam's razor. It's my turn. What? I thought I folded.
At least he had already made his decision. It wasn't like he had to, and then think of everything. Oh. I was looking at the moves on the live feed, and I saw this big information sign, and I was like, why is there a symbol next to A takes B6 on move 10? And it's chess.com reminding everyone what the definition of en passant is.
That's correct. Yep. It always does that.
Yeah. I was like, wow, this really stands out, and I guess they've gotten enough support tickets about en passant. They're doing everything possible to minimize more.
All the past main event winners are knocked out of the current event. The last two were Moneymaker and Joe Hashem. So whoever wins will be a first-time winner.
Very nice.
As per usual.
So I have a question in my chat. How do conditions vary for a 2500 versus a 2600 versus a 2700 in an open tournament like this? In terms of
that depends on the organizer. So it's different. It's different every time. Yay! Remain confident. Gave 5 subs. Thank you. It just depends. Every organizer is different. So some people get nothing and some get everything. Sometimes it's first come, first serve. So once the conditions are given out, if you ask too late, you don't get any.
What I guess, can you enlighten me on like what sort of conditions are given typically?
You get a free hotel room or an appearance fee or a guaranteed prize.
Oh, okay.
Depends on the organizer.
Okay, gotcha.
And how much, how deep their pockets are. Like St. Louis gives really good conditions to everybody basically. When they have these GM tournaments, because they have deep pockets. Hey, she moved. Queen D1. She got her queen off of E2. And unfortunately, F4 is not very well defended. Right.
So, kind of throwing in the towel on dropping a pawn, but saving the queen and planning to survive and fight another day seems to be the plan here, right?
Yeah, and since after you take on F4, which is fine, white can take on D5. The engine wants to take on E4 first and then take on F4.
Oh, wow.
Giving a bigger advantage to black than just taking on F4 right away.
Wait, so, okay, if you take on F4 and this happens, what's the basically saying?
It's still good for black, but it prefers taking on E4 first and then taking on F4. But it likes this for black a lot. This is more sharp. I can take here, take on F2. And the engine wants to play King G2, stopping Queen G3 check.
Oh, yeah.
95 because the knight's attacked. The engine likes this for black, but it prefers to take on E4 first to make it less complicated. Which I can see.
Yeah, it does look pretty complicated.
Take on E4 first, and then take on F4. This just seems like black's up a pawn.
Yeah.
Because white doesn't have enough compensation for a pawn here. Or any, because I'm threatening on G3 too. If you take on F4, I can just take with the queen. Now, queen's pretty well placed on F4, actually. Bishop E5 is coming. So this is a tough position for black, for white.
Yeah, it's not an easy solution as long as black continues playing accurately here.
Yeah, black's played well so far. Can he keep it up, or is Dina going to come back?
Come roaring back, as one might say.
Roaring back, right? Exactly.
Right.
Okay, and he did take on F4 right away.
Okay.
That makes the game more complicated if Dina just takes on D5.
So yeah, the goal for Dina will be to maximize chaos in this moment, probably, right?
Yes.
Unleash the chaos. See what happens.
So before you were born, there were these supercomputers that played chess that were big, like big mainframes.
Yeah.
And the most famous one was Bell and Cray Blitz, because they were like the ones that were 2200 first. And one that was from University of Michigan was called Chaos.
Oh.
And that one was about 2000. I played it once from a terminal where the mainframe was somewhere else, and I was playing on some little thing they asked me to. But the game was never completed.
Wait, why?
It was chaos.
Oh, oh gosh, I thought you were gonna say
Yes,
it took too long.
Yes, been there for a computer. I like that.
Yeah, that is a good one. But okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Did you promote the other line? Because
I did.
Okay, I
I
forgot
promoted
to.
takes F4.
Okay. My apologies.
Always promote.
Yep. Okay. Whew. I mean, honestly, the more chaos that ensues, the happier we should be to give fighting chances.
Yes. Yay, Dina's channel has 2,300 viewers. 10 times more than I do. Perfect.
Even higher multiplier for mine. 100 times more at the moment.
Dina's so confident, even though it's her move, she got her from the board.
Exactly. Yeah. It's in the spirit of the position that she can do something like this. But yeah, it's people are coming to see what all the fuss is about with this position here.
Let's see. It says Naroditsky is completely winning his game. He'll be 4-0. He'll be the only player with 4 out of 4.
Is Bordnik not 4-0? Or do you say Bordnik was playing this?
Bortnick is playing, but I don't see his name in the pairings or anywhere, so I'm confused.
It looks like he only played round 1, so maybe he withdrew.
Oh, maybe he withdrew. Maybe, yeah. In fact, he won against Dina's opponent this round.
Oh wow.
That's who he beat. Oh yeah, that was the game where he sacrificed at the end and mated him. That was nice.
Yeah. Let's see. So Ben, question for you.
Yeah.
You know, your experience with like keeping up with chess games and everything, like what's your number one source for keeping up with games? Is it like through chess Twitter? Is it through chess.com
Probably
events?
through chess Twitter. Yeah, I think chess Twitter.
Okay.
People are always posting stuff there. And I try to watch live events if I have time.
Very nice.
But Dina took on d5. E takes d5. And her opponent played f takes g3, which is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And the game's a complete mess, but the engine likes black a lot. And she took on c6.
Moves
Definitely going to take on f2.
Yep.
And he did.
Moves are flowing a little bit quicker now. Yeah, also I'm noticing not only does rook takes f2 run into queen g3 check, but also a little pin. That would not be ideal.
Right after rook takes f2, bishop d4. If we take the knight, there's queen g3 check.
Yeah, that would not be ideal in the slightest. But I'm sure Dina sees that, so probably going to move out of the way and hopefully find king g2.
She'll get out the way. Move.
Yeah. Classic.
Yeah, Dina's getting short on time here compared to her opponent, assuming the clocks are similarly, correct from what they were 15 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Go, Dina. Fight back. Fight against the dying of the light.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Dina's rook on a3 is just not very good. If she played king g2, that's good.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Hold on, I have to time out someone really quickly. So do you think basically like the best events in the US or like best like conditions for players are usually like Charlotte and St. Louis, or like what's
Yeah, I agree with that.
okay. Very nice.
Yeah, Daniel messed up his game. He was winning and now it's going to be a draw.
Hmm.
The truth hurts. People
Yeah.
are saying he already drew his game, but they must know something I don't know.
Maybe there's a live feed somewhere from his, but I don't see him streaming, so don't see him. That doesn't seem to be the case. Tosh Queen is back, remarking at how she enjoys the camera. It may seem familiar since she was commentating with this footage.
Yeah, he basically forced a draw when he had a good position.
Danya did?
Yeah, I just didn't realize it. Yep, they drew. So
Oh, boy.
top 5 boards, 4 of them were draws. And board 3 is still going on. And board 8 is a draw, which happened a long time ago. Carissa Yip and her opponent are both checkmating each other, but the engine likes White's position better. Go, Carissa.
Yeah,
So
that's
all the games that finished were on the top boards were draws.
Well, Chris's game is the one where they opposite side castled and they're just throwing the kitchen sink at each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Local Charlotte player Donald Johnson, who I've known for many years, is winning against Nico Chasen.
Very nice.
But Johnson has 5 minutes to 1 hour. But he's pretty winning, so probably can do it.
Donald Johnson, is that... The name sounds familiar, but I don't know why.
He's a junior player, although he's getting older every year, so maybe he's 18 or 19 by now.
Okay, then never mind. I don't think that fits the story that I was thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. I'm trying to learn, you know, all the characters and figures in the chess world, because I've only been in this world for a little bit over 2 years, and there's a whole wealth of knowledge to be gained. So, trying to chip away at it day by day.
Dina's opponent played knight e5. Very logical move. So material's about equal, but Dina's king is a little worse than her opponent's. No pawns in front of her king, and the rook on a3 not being very good.
Yeah.
Now the engine wants to take on f2. Rook takes f2. Makes sense.
I mean, it seems sensible. Like, if you're looking at candidate moves, rook takes, or maybe some nonsense with knight b5, although I don't really see another follow-up for that. Maybe h takes g6, but I'm not sure if anything else looks reasonable.
And black wouldn't mind getting the queen over to the g5 square.
Right.
Backing the king.
Right, like knight b5 kind of just helps black make progress with tempo. Not so easy. Not so easy.
No, we need our rook to go over to the king's side. Rook teleports to g3.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like at some point could d4 be an idea to sacrifice? Like, okay, if you did play knight b5 at some point, could you just? I guess knight b5 wouldn't would protect the d4 square, but just to open up an avenue if you move both of the pieces, that could be one way to do it.
Yeah, that seems like a dream that won't happen.
Not at this level, but yeah, just trying to get the creative juices flowing, you know. That's true, because I mean, this is just 2 moves, or really 1, to get access to this.
Yeah, I'm getting worried about Dina's clock here.
It's it is marching on down there.
Yeah, especially since these clock times are from 15 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in my chat says if Dina can get an endgame, she's winning. Not sure I agree with that, but it would be better than having the queens on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think Black will trade queens anytime soon.
Yeah, that would increase the White's defensive chances here, right? So Tosh Queen is letting us know that at some point, Tosh is a prophet. At some point, there is a moment where Dina will be looking at the camera. So keep that one in mind for the future. Keep an eye for it.
Dina just played knight to d5.
Whoa. Wait. Something seems loose here, but...
Yeah, the engine doesn't like that move. It wants Black to trade on d5, play king h8, and then knight can come into g4 because the bishop's not defending g4.
Whoa.
But it's a timing issue. I mean, after king h8, Dina wants to take and play rook h1, but I guess knight g4 instead of taking back threatens queen h2 and knight here. So, for example, I think knight g4 is just winning here.
You're threatening...
It says knight takes g6 wins too because you're threatening knight f4 check.
Yeah. Well, if the knight never got to e3, that'd be not just the big fork, but the golden fork. That's a royal fork there.
With my move? I like my move. Let's see if the engine likes it. Oh, the engine likes it too. Okay. Yeah, queen h2, knight e3.
Yeah, there's really no way to defend both those ideas. Like, yeah. You know, it's always a bad time when the engine... You get to a position where the best move is to sacrifice your queen. That's not particularly ideal.
Yeah, so you can't play h6, g6 here. You can't allow knight g4. Yeah, the engine plays d4 as you suggested earlier to get the rook across.
Oh. So,
knight g4, rook 3.
Yeah. Wow. Just by the skin of your teeth, surviving.
Yeah, it just says that White's losing here. But it looks a little tricky. This is lined up here.
Yeah, because you should have time to take first, right? Because
if you take on g6, I take the bishop.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, and then just not enough time. Yeah, and that bishop is doing a great job defending everything.
And this did happen. Knight takes, bishop takes. Could be thinking about king f8 also.
Sorry, about king f8?
He could be thinking about it. He hasn't played king h8 yet. King f8's okay. The engine prefers king h8, but I could see during the game you might prefer not to put your king in the corner there.
Yeah.
Nobody puts Roar in the corner.
Unless you're Bortnik. Oh no. Chat is making a very good point. You know, sometimes, especially Whoa! Big raid coming from Maluna. A
Yay.
whopping 1,866 people. What happened in the year 1866? Anyone know? Anything significant?
Yeah, they celebrated the 800th anniversary of Hastings 1066.
Nice. I was gonna say, 800th anniversary. That's taking the spirit of the game and throwing in the trash, but that's okay. But welcome in, Raiders. We are Grandmaster Ben Finegold, who you probably should recognize. I'm KDLearns, and we're covering woman Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya's over the board shenanigans and extravaganza as she competes and tries to hunt down an international master title. This time,
he did play King of Eights.
Yep. This
He
time
was
in
worried
Charlotte.
about, I guess.
Yeah. Seems reasonable to try and eliminate any sort of ideas that your opponent might have with the H-file there. Woo! All right. So how do we continue increasing the chaos?
We played Rook takes F2.
Okay.
Yeah, now if knight G4, I can just take it.
Yeah, because you're pinned.
Yeah, if the king was on H8, then knight G4 would be good. Yeah, the engine wants to play queen D8, attacking the bishop on D5, and queen G5 check is coming with knight G4, so forth.
Right.
Queen D8's a nice move with this repositioning the queen over to the king side whilst attacking the bishop.
Yeah, that is that's not particularly ideal for white here, but queen D8. I mean, does bishop D3 work, or sorry, bishop F3 work?
Queen D8, bishop F3.
Kind of have to just run, right? Yeah, at some point would still love to push D4 anyway. But things start dropping off. Because I mean, even if knight takes F3, no matter what you take back, well, I guess you can take it back with the queen and still defend H5. Well, actually H5 is gone. It's a lost cause.
Well, the other wants to play queen H4. That's an odd move.
Whoa. What?
Not the first move I would think of.
That definitely requires some creativity. Anyway, quick note.
Yeah, engine really likes black, assuming he plays queen D8.
Yep.
Which he may not play. It's
Very
a hard
true.
move to find. Retreating moves like that are tough to find.
Yeah.
Always.
It's easy when you have Stockfish listing out the best moves, but when you're over the board all alone, clock ticking, it can definitely be much more difficult to be that resourceful or creative. But quick note, apparently Maluna's raid is part of a raid train at this point, because she got, is Maluna, wait, did they say he or she? Okay. Well, Maluna got raided by Magnus. So Magnus raided Maluna raided Dina. So hopefully at the end of this,
That's like Magnus raiding us. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Grayson played knight takes C6. Not the engine move. He's getting his knight out of the way of his bishop and his rook and his queen. But and he's taking a pawn.
Yeah. Also, okay, so just for clarification, Maluna is a female chess streamer who is an upcoming GM star from Germany. So that's quite impressive. So big shout out there. I hope, yeah. Hope the mods already did the shout out.
Go mods. So the engine wants Dina to trade on G6 and then play queen G4, threatening the G6 pawn. And getting the queen over to the queen side. Then it just wants black to go back to E5, defending and attacking. And black's up a pawn, but white has chances. Bishop on D5 is good. We can get our rook back into the game. So this isn't as bad as it was.
Yeah, and we should also both promote knight takes c6 a couple times to make it main line. Okay. And over here.
Go knight takes c6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this game got really crazy.
Yeah, it's like
Crazier the better chances Dina has.
yeah. No, it looks like someone like had it looks like a kid had like a 5 seconds to memorize a position, and then they like instead of like putting a castle king right here, they like moved the king and rook up 1 square each, and then they just forgot all the kingside pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we're doing. Woo! Another big raid.
Yay.
Another big raid from Jules Gambit. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome.
Yay, don't Jimmy me, Jules. Good job, Jules. Good raid.
I thought there was a wife command because I believe Jules is considered Dina's wife, if I recall correctly. So, yep.
One of Dina's wives, right?
Sorry?
It's one of Dina's wives.
One, yes. One of a couple.
Mm-hmm.
There, yes, exactly, Jules. There should be a wife command. That's only logical. Only logical. But Jules, she does need a little bit of your good vibes. So please send some good vibes over to Dina, because you know, if she's gonna be returning to GM killer form, that she needs to be able to save this position here, so that she can get paired against the higher rated opponents. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. See how it goes.
Thanks in my chat to Curious Chimpanzee for 200 bits.
And thank you to HVV Bad for gifting a sub to Jules. Well done, well done. Now Jules has all the emotes.
All right. I'm getting worried about Dina's clock. Go Dina.
Yeah, but the issue is that it's the what's it called, the dual threat. Like the clock and the position are both difficult to deal with right now.
It's funny how King F8 was better than King H8 was better than King F8.
Yeah.
Because King H8 looks like you're getting trapped in the corner. So that's why he chose King F8. But yeah, then we have access to the G4 square, so there's no knight G4 coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to show that one more time, I think it's might be easy to see this way. Wait. Wait, was it okay. Where was the knight G4? Okay, knight G4 right away, yeah.
Yeah, we could play knight G4 because the king's not on F8. And even here, in the way the game was played, in this position, if the king was on H8, we could play knight G4 here. Which we can't play now because the queen takes G4.
Yep.
Knight G4 would threaten the queen check, and knight takes rook, and knight E3 check is crushing.
Yep.
But not here.
Yep. And then I think I accidentally demoted the main line, so I'm gonna try to promote it again. Okay. And so we're still thinking after knight takes c6 where to go. And I will say the vibes from the archived footage is very on point with the vibes that are probably happening IRL right now. Dina very much so in a thinking position.
Let's see.
Wait.
Oh, she's still thinking, yeah.
Wait, did you promote something different just now?
Yeah, I just promoted knight takes c6.
Okay. Sorry. When I promoted knight takes c6, did it change what your main line is?
Yeah, my main line's knight c6 now.
Okay, perfect.
I couldn't get to it, but I had to do something funny.
Okay, all good.
Sometimes chess.com doesn't work.
Yeah, no, it requires everyone in the classroom who has control to promote the exact same main line.
Right.
But Chad is asking what her options are. The best fighting option is to simply take and play queen g4, as was discussed earlier. Kind of.
d6 pawn, right?
Yeah, and you can't take; it's illegal because your king would be eaten next. So, yeah. The idea here was knight to e5, both protecting and hitting the queen at the same time, and yeah, move out of the way.
And this is good for black, but black's position was better 5-6 moves ago. Was better than this.
Yeah. So yeah, we're definitely taking steps in the right direction here for Dina, but we're not out of the woods yet, you know. Still seems like the out of the frying pan and into the freezer, and then we're trying to get out of the kitchen entirely.
Exactly. We'll burn that kitchen down when we get to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal. That's the goal.
See if there's any other results.
You know, this is really we're really testing like viewers' attention spans. You know, like stringing the joke along from way earlier in the commentary all the way to now.
Carissa's trying to crash through on the king side. Engine likes her position a lot. Big time advantage also.
Very nice. Whoa. I'm scared to like put that position on the board because last time I did that, I messed up the entire classroom. So I don't want to do that, but maybe I could add a new source. That might be easier. I may have major regrets about this, but we're gonna. Okay, live position in Olympia.
C4, which the engine doesn't like. Activating her knight.
Knight c4.
Stopping rook e3. But yeah, the bishop can't be defended by the pawn, so rook d8 comes to mind. And we can't play c4.
Okay. So I'm changing this. Here we go. Very briefly, chat. Oh wow, it really doesn't allow me to edit anything about this. Oh, I can't even move it. Okay. Alright, experiment failed. We're
we suck at this position. Good experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good for Carissa.
Yeah.
And good time advantage also.
Yeah. Opponent down to 7 minutes versus Carissa's 36 minutes. It's pretty promising. And not only that, but the queen is forced to be... Carissa's opponent's queen is forced to be one of the main defenders of their king, and that doesn't ever seem to be a good thing.
Yeah, black should play rook d8 or bishop d4.
Mhm.
I like rook d8. Getting out of this pin and putting the rook on a good square, attacking the bishop, gaining a tempo.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Wait, chat is asking me to change the color theme. I think, one moment. I'm gonna try and change the colors behind me. Okay, now we're matching Dina's theme.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I don't know if this really suits my style as much. Dina's style is much more advanced than mine, so I don't know if I can keep up. That's really the problem.
Dina's down about 25 minutes on the clock. And also, these times are from 15 minutes ago. So hopefully her opponent's been thinking this whole time.
True, true.
Yeah, usually with the opposite colored bishops, both sides have better attacking chances. Unfortunately, Dina doesn't have any pawns in front of her king. That makes it less safe.
Various entry points for black's pieces.
But yeah, big fighting games from Dina. No quick draws, no draws at all.
Yeah.
That was my goal in the World Open last year, was no draws, and I won my first 3 games. Then there were a lot of draws.
I mean,
Tried not to draw, but I couldn't do it.
starting 3-0 or 3 for 3 is still a pretty good start.
It's easier when you have those half-point buys thrown in.
Yeah. Oh, because like technically the half-point buy prevents you from playing like top scorers.
I won the first game, then half-point buy, then I won my next game half-point buy, etc. Then I drew 3 games, or 2 games. I drew 3, but that'd be too many rounds. So now I'm confused. Then I lost the last round. No. It was a year ago. I can't remember the details.
Happens. Well, okay. Well, that's something that's also incredibly impressive about chess players, is their ability, like normally, to remember so many games. Like, I remember like Hikaru was doing some interview and he was like, "Oh, like, yeah, I remember this position. I got this in like 2012 and in the London Classic or something like this." And I'm like, "What the heck? That was like 10 years ago. What what type of, like, just whatever tournament you just remember all these positions from? Like, that is a skill that just seems so insane."
Positions I can remember, but what I did yesterday I can't remember.
What you had for breakfast. Or you know, things on your calendar for the day, just like always a mystery.
Exactly. Let's see. 3,400 people watching in Dina's chat. Go Dina's chat.
All right. Well,
nice raids.
You know, a nice thing that is always fun is what's oh wait, also we had a raid from Thank Your Teacher, so thank you for the raid. Sorry if we did not see you earlier. Quick little shout out to him. And then also for anyone else that's watching, quick question: where are you watching from? Always a fun one to ask, right? Where in the world are you watching from?
They're watching from their computers.
Touche. Okay. We're getting some similar answers from the couch or my office. Okay. San Francisco from SF. Nice. Memphis. Very cool. Tampa. Argentina. Australia. Costa Rica. South Africa. From the KDLearns stream. Oh, that's way too kind, Chuck. Way too kind. Also, shout out to Chuck Moulton. Bughouse Extraordinaire. And, whoa! Okay, sorry, wait, we have another raid from W. Greif. So, we're getting raids left, right, and center, so we gotta make sure that we keep up with all these notifications that are not working. It's very difficult. I can feel my streamer elo and commentary elo just decreasing by the minute. As more activity happens, it's like, oh my god.
There are people watching from everywhere. Hey, somebody's watching from Ohio. I wonder if they're your next door neighbor.
Woo! Here, let me look out the window.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't see anyone watching the Twitch stream, so probably not. But go Ohio. OH. You know. Okay. Germany, Portugal, Netherlands, New Zealand, very cool. South Africa, Montreal. Oh, there it is. Dina's looking at the camera. Dina's looking at the camera. So she's got something special that she's about to cook up here, probably. Hopefully.
Go Dina.
Oh,
Georgia, not American. The Jobava one.
nice, nice.
I'm in the other one. I've been to both.
Yeah.
I flew from Georgia to Georgia.
Very
We
nice.
stop in Istanbul on the way.
That's very cool. Were you there for chess?
Yeah, that was a few years ago.
Very cool. What? Okay. So, what's your favorite destination that you traveled to for chess?
Well, I lived in Europe for 4 years, so I played a lot of tournaments in Europe. Probably when I lived in Europe, I liked going to the Netherlands a lot. But since I've come back, Slovenia was nice. And my wife and I went on a honeymoon to Italy, which was nice. And I actually gave a simul during my honeymoon. We found a chess club there, and they said, "Can you give a simul?" I contacted them before we left, so we did see some chess players in Italy.
Nice.
So that was cool. But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of different countries. Going to China was pretty cool, except it was really hot.
Yeah.
We went to China in August, and it was really hot.
How many years ago did you go to China?
2011.
Oh, God. So were all the restaurants like they didn't have AC, or if they did have AC, they were very reluctant to use it?
I don't remember. We were in the hotel in Ningbo, which is not a well-known city, and we basically just ate the meals in the hotel. The air conditioning was not great, but it was better than India, which didn't have air conditioning in our hotel.
Fair.
Also in August, so it wasn't terrible.
That's fair.
Okay, we have moves. Rook a d8, and she just dropped back to f3. Not engine recommended.
What did the engine want?
We wanted to take on c6, but I think I would have dropped back to f3 also.
Yeah.
I was thinking bishop c6, queen c6, queen f3, but probably what I would have done. Then now wants to play knight d4. I mean, white's down a pawn, and her king is open. Rook on a3 is not very good. The one good thing about bishop f3 is a4 pawn, yeah, as you pointed out, is attacked, which the engine doesn't care about. Just plays knight to d4 and keeps building the pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, black can try to play probably more computer than human. Bishop f6 to h4, which not only threatens the rook, but threatens queen g3 check.
Whoa.
Attacking on the dark squares, getting the bishop active here. And hard for white to defend the dark squares.
Yeah, that does seem to be an issue.
So the clock times of 15 minutes ago is her opponent has 29 minutes and she has 12.
Yeah, so
He's taking his time now, so she doesn't have too little time. But there's a 30-second increment.
wait, so we saw bishop. Oh, so there was bishop d4 from black
Bishop
just
D4
now.
was played. Yeah, and she played rook f1.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna go and promote those moves.
Bishop d4. Ah, okay, it's not promoted. Yep.
Nice. Okay. Huh.
The knight e5 is pretty logical. That's the first engine move, but that seems pretty normal. Knight e5.
Mm-hmm. Just to get everything on the dark squares here. Or
yeah, force white to make a decision there.
Yeah.
Let's see any other results. Andrew Guo beat Matthew Puckett. Drawn one of the bottom boards. James Canty looks like he's close to winning. Yeah, people are starting to get into time trouble now.
Seems about the time for that.
Yep. Try to see if any of the games have finished. Doesn't look like it. Go Dina, defend.
Yeah, that is the plan. Defend at all costs at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I guess another annoying thing if the bishop stays on. Well, actually, now that the rook's on the d file, pushing d4 to free the rook open doesn't really do anything anymore because the rook's on the d file. But yeah, it's still hard to figure out how to get the rook on a3 back into the game now. And there's no extra time control at move 40, right?
That's correct. It's game 90, increment 30. So
Got it.
you know they just keep playing and be in time trouble the whole game.
Mm-hmm. Just once you're living off of increment, there's no coming back.
Yep. One of my first times playing this time control, like in 2010 or so, I was playing at Spice Cup in Texas. I was playing Dina Polito in the first round, and it got to move like 27, and we both had like 3 minutes left, and the game ended on move 93, and we were just in time trouble for all those moves. And somewhere like around move 89 or 90, he blundered, and I won a drawn position.
So you're
I just
basically
remember being in
playing.
time trouble for almost 70 moves.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're basically playing in a blitz environment for 70 moves.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
After playing really slowly.
Yeah. Yeah. Somehow both of you were able to switch gears for an extended period of time, and then
Yeah.
until
Thanks for the sub, Wes. Go Wes.
yeah, until your opponent was cracked. I don't know how to respond to this comment, but I do think it's kind of funny. If the casters were really old and not speaking much, this would be great to fall asleep to. So I don't know if that means we should
I'm pretty old.
Nah.
I'm trying to be older, but this is as old as I got.
Right. Well, I would love to see if chat could guess my age accurately. Well, maybe they might know.
You made some reference to it earlier about when you stuff like that.
I shouldn't have done that. I gave away my secrets. Okay. Okay, we have someone in chat, in my chat, saying 22. I will say that's incorrect. 32, 36. What is going on?
They're getting closer to my age. Keep going, guys.
Yeah.
Let's see. In my chat, they said 24, 26. Age is relative.
I like
So
that.
there you
I like
go.
that. On Twitch, so at least 13. I see that. Nice, nice.
77 is not a good guess. Neither is 46. Well, maybe they're guessing my age now.
Yeah.
I'd put him in mid-late 20s, 27.
Wow, someone said 19. I will say I'm not really offended when you go lower. I'm happy about that. Honestly, when I get carded, when I buy alcohol, like at this point I'm like, thank you. 24 plus taxes. Charlie, that's a great answer. 24 plus taxes is pretty accurate, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm 28. So, getting...
Yeah, with tax, that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah. Should be pretty good, yeah. 24... Well, I guess it depends on where you are, but about there.
The Black's taking a long time in this position. That's a good sign. Doesn't know what to do.
Right, and the more you think, maybe the more you overthink and, you know, spook yourself out of a good move, good, logical, sensible move like 95, and you play something crazy like King G7 or something like that.
Maybe thinking is not his strong suit.
Right. That's how he got ahead on the clock, and then now that he has to think, he's short-circuiting, like, oh.
Him and Ally McSheedy, exactly. And that reference was from too long ago.
Sorry, what was the reference?
You said he's short-circuiting, so I referenced the movie Short Circuit.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't help you out there on that one.
I think that was in the 80s. It was 83 or so.
Oof. Yeah, I'm a 95 baby, so still technically millennial, but just barely on the cusp. But yeah, I'm 95. My girlfriend is 2 years younger than me, so I always joke that we're just, you know, whenever we don't understand each other, I'm like, yeah, of course you wouldn't get it. We're from different generations.
Mm-hmm. People in my chat are saying 95 is when Benjamin Bach and Fedoseev were born. And somebody else, and they said Naroditsky also.
That doesn't make me feel better. No, but honestly, because how old are Eric Rosen and Ray Robson? Like, they're not older than 28, right? They're both a couple years younger than me.
Let's see. Eric Rosen, I would think is older.
Really?
Let me see. Eric Rosen. Well, let's see. Eric Rosen's 29.
Oh, okay. All right. Whew. Whew.
He was born in 93, so he'll be 30 in a couple of months.
Okay. And Ray's
Ray
about
Robson,
the same age.
I was at the the World Junior with him in 2011.
Okay.
So he should be 30 or so.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. He is 28. He'll be 29 in October.
Well, that makes me
And
feel.
the picture of Wikipedia is from 2010. That's funny.
Yeah. Oh, so he's probably looks incredibly young.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes me feel a little bit better about getting absolutely demolished by them in chess this past weekend.
Somebody's saying Levy was born in 95. Oh no, my 20s. That's right. He won't be in his 20s much longer. Eric Rosen.
He needs to make that video when it happens. Or at least that should be his like stream title when he celebrates. Someone in Dina's chat says they refuse to believe anyone is born after 2000.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Although my daughter was born 2001, but I believe in her.
Yeah, that's glad that you believe in her. That's seems pretty sensible.
Somebody in my chat said Levy looks about 39. Man, the truth hurts.
Ouch.
Gukesh was born 2006, it says. Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, Kaspar was just talking about people born after he retired that are, top in the world now.
Wow.
Makes sense.
Yeah. No, whoa. Prague is not younger than Gukesh. Gukesh is the youngest of the Indian rising stars.
Prague
right?
used to be younger.
Wait, what do you mean used to be younger?
Yeah, he was younger years ago. Now he's not as young.
Right.
You can't be 13 your whole life.
Sorry, it was going over my head. I had to go and catch it before it went too far.
This guy says Prague was born in 05, Gukesh in 06.
Right. Okay, so Gukesh is younger.
Yep.
Okay. I know it was rapid, but Gukesh scored his first victory over Vichy. A little bit of a changing of the guards moment recently.
I gave a simul to these kids in Baltimore at the National Elementary, and one kid was like, I lost to this kid because he's better than me because he's older than I am. And I said, oh, so if you're older, then you're better, like I'm better than you? And he goes, yeah. I said, yeah, that's why I'm better than Carlson and Nakamura, because I'm older than them. And he was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm older, so I'm better.
He just accepted that when you said that?
Yeah, I was like, I'm older. He's like, hey, you are older. Yeah. Which of the Indian up-and-comers do you like best? I like all of them. But it seems like Iragasi and Gukesh are the two best. Yeah. And then Pragdananhan and Saren are really good. And then there's probably other good ones I don't even know about. I probably missed some. But yeah, those guys are all good. This guy in my chat said he used to be bad at chess. I still am, but I used to be too. That's right. When I go to the park and the guys ask me if I have a rating, I go, I used to be 1100 because I used to be 1100. It's true.
Yeah, we all start somewhere, and we all end at different points, but that's okay.
Dina's opponent's thinking so long, her game might be over before he moves. She might be coming into the tier like, what?
Yeah.
That game ended 10 minutes ago. Who's the oldest living GM? Me. I'm the oldest. It might be Krogius if he's still alive. If Krogius isn't alive, then it's not him.
Yeah.
It was Averbach until he died.
Wait, okay.
Krogius died last year, so it's not Krogius.
Wait, how old is Yasser?
Yasser, he's not the oldest. Yasser's in his early 60s.
Okay.
Krogius was 91 when he died.
Oh.
Averbach died, so now I don't know. Karpov's only like 72 or so. Well, the oldest that I know of that's alive is Spassky. Spassky's in his 80s, I think.
So in Dina's chat saying Spassky's like 86 or so. Enrico Paoli
Spassky's
is 88 apparently.
Who's 88?
Enrico Paoli,
He's a GM. What?
supposedly. I don't know. Someone in chat did some Google researching.
Yeah, but he's probably like an honorary GM.
How do you get an honorary GM title?
You can, he's not really a GM. Koltanowski was an honorary GM.
Oh.
Enrico Paoli is alive? I didn't know that either. Well, it says he was an international chess master. Enrico Paoli died in 2005. But he was 97 when he died in 2005. But no, he was never a grandmaster. Yeah, he was the organizer of Reggio Emilia when they had it a long time ago. Thanks, Magic Harry. Yeah, it might be Spassky, might be the oldest. Timon and Karpov are the same age. They were both born in 51. Spassky wins. It was Averbach and then Krogius and now Spassky. Maybe Black forgot it's his move and he'll lose on time now.
That would be lovely. That would really be lovely. Or maybe Black made a move but forgot to hit the clock and it's just been tick-tock ticking. Have you had a scenario like that? Whether have you been on the other side of that or been the person who has forgotten to hit the clock?
I've had people forget to hit the clock but not forget and then lose on time.
Okay.
But I've had people forget.
Do you think, or what'd you do? Did you tell them or did you just wait until they realized?
It depends on the situation. Sometimes I say something, sometimes I don't.
Okay.
Hasn't happened in a long time.
Well, I would expect like the higher elo you go, the less frequent you're going to see that.
Yeah, it's less likely.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If my opponent did that and it wasn't someone that I was already like in a winning position against, I think I would let it ride. I would just be like, this is part of competing. It's kind of not very nice, but
that's the BTO strategy, is let it ride.
Yeah.
Nah, you're too young for that joke.
I'm assuming that's a song.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 70s.
Very nice. I picked up on the context clues there.
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah, I would probably bucket that in the, are you competing hard enough if you tell your opponent or in an equal position, but yeah, I could see it also being good sportsmanship to actually tell them.
Nobody ever accused me of being a good sport.
That's a classic my college tennis coach, or just like we would just always like, maybe even my teammates, I don't know, but like the joke was always like, if you get the best sportsmanship award, then you were not competing hard enough. That is not a good award to earn. Okay, and maybe our coach is a little bit crazy, but he was
the best
effective.
sport in chess is Navarra. He's the best sport.
Does Kramnik get a little bit of that? Because I feel like I've seen a couple of instances recently in Tile Tuesdays where his opponent mouse slips and he's like, nope, I won't take the free thing. We'll just play something else. I'm like, I don't know. See that I'm like, why not just take it? It's a real competition.
Mouse slips, I'm punishing it as quickly as possible.
Right.
And they do the same to me.
Yeah. I think either Kramnik or MVL mouse slipped against the other of the two, and then in the next game, like I think MVL just like waltzed his king to h4 and just got like self checkmated. I was like, I don't know.
Those are the best moves he could find.
He went the wrong direction in King of the Hill and ended up on h4.
Right.
Chat saying Vichy is also a pretty great sport. I can see that. Has
Yeah.
anyone seen Vichy's recent Subway ad?
No, it sounds good.
It's incredible. No, Vichy, you know, he may have a future in acting. He has a hilarious Subway ad. You might have to Google it later at some point.
You'll have to find that later. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like a self knock on how many like choices there are to like put on your Subway sandwich, and you just have like Vichy just absolutely like sweating, just like cartoonishly like sweating so much, and
Too many options.
exactly, it's like I can't calculate all these opening lines. There's too many things for this sub, and then basically it's just him short circuiting. It's really funny.
Hey, Deepak's winning against Becerra, and Carissa Yip won her game against Dimitar Mardov. Carissa wins. Carissa knows it all.
Very nice, very nice.
And Deepak is winning against Julio.
Whoa, that's a GM scalp in the making.
Yep.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah, he'll do that. He'll beat GMs.
and he's untitled.
Go Atlanta. Yeah.
Untitled player beating a GM, potentially getting at least some sort of norm out of this. Like,
That's what he's hoping.
and
What Fedorowicz is winning? Wow, I've never seen it. Back to 50%. Canty did win against Maximilian Liu.
Very nice.
Canty wins. Let's see, did any moves happen in this game? No. No, I always get worried the DGT stopped working and they're making a lot of moves.
That is a very possible thing, because didn't he have like 33 minutes on the clock at the beginning of this move?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And then last night her opponent kept knocking his king off the board by accident when he was trying to make a move.
really?
Yeah, because it was on A6. Whenever he went to hit the clock, he would knock his king over and put it back. That didn't ruin the GGT, but it could have.
Oh, that's crazy. People are saying refresh the board, so let me give it a go.
Always refresh.
Whoa. That didn't help at all. It put his time to 0.
All right. We win.
All
Times
right.
0.
Woo. Okay, yeah, we are a little bit in the dark. Yeah, he flagged GG Dina. We did a little bit of time travel for that one, but it's okay. And correct, chat. Dina did not get a. Sorry.
Dina's still there from 8 hours ago on the screen, so that's good.
No, we have another solid like hour of the VOD, so that means that the interview didn't start until. Yeah, we still have another like 40 minutes of the VOD to go through for the footage. But yeah, just to confirm, chat, like Dina did not get a GM scalp in this tournament, but she did get a couple of GM scalps in Iceland a few months back, and she also drew a GM there. So pretty strong performance in Reykjavik, but this one she still needs to get some points to get to the upper echelon of the scoring to get higher rated pairings. Okay. Okay, so her first round took a very long time. So energy management might be a very difficult task at the moment.
Yeah, I saw she did the interview from the playing hall because there's nobody else there.
that's I mean, obviously I guess that's nice to not have to move to do your interview, but that's also, it seems incredibly draining, like just psychologically, to be like the only person in the playing hall.
Mhm.
Gosh. And then what's the turnaround? Like you go and eat food for 20 minutes and then you go right back in? Like that's
typical. Yeah.
yeah. I don't know what the food situation over there is like, but hopefully there's easy options. Sorry, I'm trying to communicate the whole camera situation to my chat for people that are just now joining because we don't have the camera command. And it is very entertaining seeing all the newcomers throughout the stream always asking about the camera. They're like, we see moves. Well, your eyes may deceive you.
Hey, we have more viewers now. Over 2,200 in Dina's chat and over 1,300 in mine. Go viewers.
Very nice.
And they're all the same viewers somehow. I'm sure how.
Right. We're you know, our chat's supporting bringing a strong 31 to the fray, but you know, 31 still 31.
Ooh.
Yep. Okay, for a second the DGT clock was up and running again. It said 19 minutes, but now it's back to being flagged. But honestly, if there were, let's just say there were 19 minutes plus the 10, at worst case maximum, there's like basically another 15 to 20 minutes before the game would end. So with the 15-minute delay, or sorry, hold on. So that's like 30 minutes. So 19 plus 10 is 30 minutes, 29, 30 minutes. So another 35 minutes or so. And then you take the 15-minute delay off, and it's like 15 to 20 minutes when we would see Dina in chat.
Somebody in my chat said, what is your USCF or FIDE rating for you?
Oh, for me?
Mm-hmm.
My USCF rating is in the 1400s. I just gained 81 points in the Vegas tournament, so that was nice.
That's good.
I don't have a FIDE rating. I am currently at 0. But I'm at 1700 rapid on chess.com, which is probably the most reliable thing for strength right now because that has the most results in it.
Right.
I'm still working on playing more over the board. But I will say Ray Robson, I asked him, hey, what do you think my rating is? And he said 1700 USCF. So I was like, oh, okay. Like I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, Ray knows what he's talking about.
Right. Now I just need Ray to tell USCF to just update my rating, right?
When I did commentary with Nicer, I didn't know what her rating was. I still don't.
No? Well, what would you guess her rating to be? Or I guess with commentary it's a little bit...
Yeah, I don't know. From the commentary, I don't know. I would have guessed you were higher.
Really? I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Huh. Kind words.
Anybody in Dina's chat or my chat know what Nicer's rating is?
I have a guess at what it is. Also, we could probably look it up pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that the GGT stopped working rather than he's thinking half an hour on this one.
Yeah.
I thought she was way better than that. I think everybody's better than they are because I guess I'm so weak. Yeah.
No, it shows she has a peak blitz rating of 1340, but and peak rapid of 1455, and her puzzles rating is 2577. So definitely, good calculator. Good, like 2577 puzzles, pretty solid.
I'm starting to think Dina's going to come on the stream when this position is still going to be up.
she'll yeah, she'll be very confused, but she can we'll be welcoming all the spoilers. We'll be looking forward to all of those. Okay, but I guess, okay, we're looking at 95, right? If not 95, what else would Black really be looking for here?
Well, she could play bishop f6 or king g7. Bishop f6 to play bishop h4 again.
Oh, right, sorry. Going with this idea. Ooh. And bishop f6, you definitely really can't take on g6 because that comes faster with bishop h4, right? So, wow, wait, where do you even go with this? Oh, wait, after bishop f6, like, then you could probably take the knight, because if you go here, now queen f3 is fine. So you, like, bishop f6, bishop takes c6, queen takes, and all of a sudden, at least there's a, you know, the dark squares aren't immediately getting pummeled.
Right. Yeah, I think knight e5 makes the most sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm guessing he wouldn't take this long on a move, and probably the DGT just stopped working.
Yeah. Well, the clock is back, so it's 17 minutes versus 8 minutes. Wait, did Dina have 8?
Yeah, the clock times are always suspicious also.
No, but I feel like that means the clock might be accurate, but the board isn't.
It's possible.
Oh, okay. I shouldn't have hit refresh because it just went back down to 0, but I could see the clock being like still accurate because it's just pressing it versus the actual pieces on the board, but maybe someone put their piece like just outside the square. Whoa. Whoa, wait. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the classroom history, and it says that Dina Belenkaya has left the room. I was like, wait, was Dina already joined the classroom? But I think it's because it's the same classroom that they used from previous rounds. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, thought the game was over.
Yeah, why isn't Danya on our stream telling us the moves? Come on, Danya.
Exactly, actually though. And in the meantime, one of our other chatters, Jirke, is saying that he'll book a flight to Charlotte just to check in on the playing hall and be the live reporter. Yeah, also just the game not going for like 100 moves and going forever could also be an investment in her energy levels for tomorrow, I would think. At some point, if that's a factor.
Yeah, definitely don't want to have a lot of 100 move games.
Yeah.
Not with double rounds. Even a single.
Yeah. I will say I was shocked at how much like the wear and tear like just adds up across. Like I only did a 4-day event and it was just insane. Like,
yeah, it's exhausting.
Yeah. I mean, I was literally, no joke, I was closing my eyes when it wasn't my turn. Like, it got to that point where I would hope my opponents didn't feel disrespected because I was just like, this is what I need to do. Like, I don't have another option right now. It's either this or like fall asleep while it's my turn.
Yeah, my wife's home from music bingo. I can hear her. Or he's a very polite burglar.
The dogs aren't barking because they.
Right. Yeah. So probably it's not a burglar.
All right. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I've been visiting my brother recently, and he has a couple dogs. One's a corgi, one's a whippet, and I feel like I've been there so much. What?
Whippet good.
Yeah. I do know that one. But yeah, I feel like I've been there so much that like they're just like, oh, like I feel like they're gonna be sad when I can't go there for a few months in a row, and they'll be like, where is this guy? Where's he been? Like, they'll just be they're getting so used to me walking through the door. Cool Camel says, is that why some of the GMs made a very quick draw this morning to preserve energy? That is definitely a viable tournament strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, with double rounds, a lot of the games are quick draws at the top, so they can think for their next game.
Someone text Danya. Well, I know I don't have his phone number, but he also may be.
I could text him, but probably not going to answer.
Yeah, and at the same time, I would not blame him for going to get food and trying to refuel.
Yeah, he's probably not hanging around the tournament room. Either resting or eating, or both.
That is something you can multitask with, fortunately.
Yeah. Somebody says, ask Kieran for his number. Exactly.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Okay. So, not me, Kevin, but Kevin in chat is saying maybe Danya's playing 10-second blitz against Alireza. I think that'd be 10-second hyper bullet, not blitz, but there was that infamous match during the candidates. But yeah, maybe Alireza would return the favor to Danya playing hyper bullet until 6 a.m. while one of them is in a tournament. You know about that hyper bullet match, right? I can't remember how many games, but it was definitely hundreds, right?
It was a lot. You can get a lot of games in with that time control.
That's true. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the GGTs, for those of you in the chat who it's just stopped working and they've probably made a lot of moves. It's like 50% of the game's over already. And we'll get Dina in here and she'll tell us what happened. Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, I mean, do we just go full on Q&A then? Like, what is chat doing? Like, maybe Q&A for the chat, Q&A for us, either direction. But always interested in seeing what everyone's up to.
I prefer horses over bishops because horses are nice animals. Bishops I can't say the same about. Some of those bishops are suspicious, if you know what I mean.
Right. I will go with the horsey as well.
Go horsey. When was my last I played in the World Open last year, and in February or March I played in a blitz tournament here at the chess club we used to own and we sold.
Very nice.
And I'm gonna play a blitz tournament in November in Charlotte. No, because they're making me.
Oh my gosh.
No.
What is making you look like? Like, what does that entail?
Well, I'm the guest GM, so I'm supposed to do stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll be giving lectures and simuls and playing blitz and stuff like that.
Very cool. Very cool.
and such like that.
Mm-hmm. What was your simul record in Vegas? Because I know you had one there.
I had 2 losses and a draw, and then I won like 25 games, maybe something like that.
Oh, God, it's pretty good.
It was better than I was expecting it during the simul. I thought I lost all my games. Terrible.
Oh gosh. Especially like in the first like 20 moves of those games, how many of those games do you actually recall the position when you get back to it, like after making a move on every board?
Almost all of them, but not now. But yeah, during the time it all looks familiar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's some continuity in your thought for sure as you go around, right? Okay. Yeah. Very nice.
I thought you meant now. Then I'm like, remember now.
No. Okay, another question that I was asking people in St. Louis this past weekend. When you were playing blindfolded, just not simul, just one-on-one blindfolded, how much elo do you think gets knocked off of your playing strength?
Probably like 300 points, something like that.
Okay.
If I had to guess, just a guess.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, when you think about it, 300's not that much. It really isn't. Like, still incredibly strong. It's still stronger than.
Doesn't understand why she's writing this video of Dina's from the warning round, not from now. We don't have a camera on her this round. We just have an old video footage of her playing chess to confuse the audience, and we did a good job confusing you.
Right. Yeah, Twitch chat's not the only people that can troll in this relationship here between caster and viewers.
Go Dina. I hope things are going well, the stuff we can't see.
True.
Let's see. Check out Discord. Maybe she said something like, I won.
Oh. Okay. So Charlie in chat's saying, I thought unless you forget the position, there should not be this big of a difference for blindfold versus not blindfolded, but I feel like it still greatly impacts your ability to calculate across the full board, right? Or I guess it's gotta hamper your board vision to some degree.
What's baseball? What? Who are these Kevins in the chat? Yeah, there's a big difference because you can't ever see the position. So chess is tough. Let's see. All the games are finishing around her, but not her game.
Question from chat. Do you guys play Go or I do not play either of those.
I've only heard of one of them.
The same.
But no.
Yeah.
I've never heard of but it sounds good.
Some of these chat questions are very interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, not even questions. Some talking about some of the messages. Someone said let's go draw, but is that if I hit refresh, is that actually a thing? No. Okay. A little bit of a fake out, all good. Chat's blindfolded elo goes to 0. That sometimes that is known to happen.
Yeah, her time does change when you refresh. It's true.
Here, maybe I need to. I gotta rewind the camera because we're getting too close to the end. You know, so they're making too many moves. We gotta make it look more realistic. like more thinking is happening. You know. just to confuse chat just a little less, you know. Whoever does the transmissions just forgets about these boards after a while. Wait, but aren't there fewer boards? So wouldn't it be easier to remember these boards? Like there's only a handful of games going on. Like there's 6 boards left that are still playing. If you trust the full DGT stuff.
I trust no one.
Not even yourself?
Especially not me.
Okay. It's a good one.
Karen. I trust Karen.
Oh, that's good. It's a reasonable person to trust.
Well, for the last 35 minutes, the DGT isn't working, so we don't know the current position. Like, Gina's probably just going to come on and say, like,
Is there room for me?
yeah, and also, her opponent refused to have a camera, so we can't see the live position. So other than that, everything's good.
What's everybody doing?
It's Karen. How'd you do?
I didn't win. I've been at bingo. I didn't win.
No.
Did
We
you have a
need
good
those
time?
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, we'll go Karen for having a good time.
What about other people that were there?
Nobody from our table won.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had a dance. Oh no, Stephen won. So sometimes if you tie in bingo at music bingo, they have different activities to break the tie. You can have a sing off, or you can name that tune like the game itself. Tonight they had a dance off. It was so 4 people had tied and 2 declined to be in the dance off, and then 2 Stephen from our group, and so she decided that they both won, so they each got a $5 token.
That's fine.
Very nice.
So you don't know what's going on in the game here.
We actually just got a slew of moves all in a row.
Oh,
We didn't.
We did. I'm trying to keep up with it, but after rook f1, we did see knight e5.
Okay.
After knight e5,
Oh,
Knight-
okay. I see on here. Yeah.
and rook takes a4, we get bishop to g7. So there's life. There is certainly life in this.
Yeah, things have improved for Dina. Dina was just losing before, like
Yeah.
+4, +5 for the opponent.
oh,
Now she's
that looks so
this
bad.
is the best position she's had the whole game.
yeah.
This isn't bad.
Get back in it. Happy birthday, Caffeine Jones. You're 64. I always think about
Steve.
I always think of the Beatles song.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, this position's okay.
I saw Paul McCartney in concert when he was 64 and he sang that song.
You know, when I saw him, he was 74.
Well, happy birthday, Caffeine Jones. Hey, remain confident.
So she played Queen D2, and he played Queen E7.
Yep. All right. Well, chat is saying that Karen saved it. So Karen, thank you for coming in at the perfect moment. It was worth the wait.
You saved the stream.
I saved
We got
it.
the news back.
I was matching.
And this is a video from her playing this morning.
Okay.
So, wrong color and stuff.
So yeah, I didn't feel real comfortable of the idea of being on the feature table. I just played in the World Series of Poker main event, and I was not wanting to be on the feature table, so I can understand those fears.
Like you already have so much going in your mind, like you don't want to add another element.
Right, exactly.
Fair.
It's intimidating enough. Well, I'm glad we got all the moves.
Deepak was winning against Becerra with black.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot Deepak was there.
Deepak won. Yep.
Oh, good. That's our
Yeah,
friend.
Deepak won his game. And then Carissa beat a higher rated player.
Yeah.
Tom Moreno.
With a very interesting opening choice.
Yeah, lots of draws.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Deepak was on board 6 too. So
How about Zhang?
he'll be on the top. He drew his game.
He drew.
And then Canty beat a higher rated player pretty easily. Maximilian Liu.
So we can't see Canty walking around in the background.
I pointed that out. That was
Well, I
unfortunate.
guess we could we could see old footage. Of
Old
Canty.
Canty, what? That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're really time traveling because the move is on a 15-minute delay for the DGT board, but then the camera is on like a 6-hour delay.
Right.
And yeah.
Well,
going
maybe
from
she'll
there.
show up and tell us the rest of the movie.
Right.
Yeah. She played HG.
Yeah.
Okay, you play.
I mean, pretty natural. Just take that back.
Mm-hmm.
But chat was saying that this FIDE Master is giving away the game. They had a dream position and is folding, but I think that's just too big from the experience. Dina has much more experience, and this is a youngster playing, right? The FIDE Master is only 18 years old, from what we have researched. So maybe the experience goes a long way, and this is why the tables have turned. I love that we're almost 4 hours into the commentary session, and there's still a million messages about the camera. Oh, it's too good. I'm glad we got that up and running.
It is nice to have some, live footage.
Right.
I think I'm on this TV now, even though I told them the story.
That you couldn't do it, but
I
now
think-
you can do it.
I think I'm just on because they don't.
Well, that's good.
Mhm.
That worked out because I didn't think it was going to go this late, or I just
Right.
would not even bother. I just didn't want there to be dead air.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope we don't go until 11 p.m., but but we'll be here as much as possible, as long as possible. Is that what you have the TV booked until 11 originally?
Yeah,
Yeah.
9 to 11 is typically what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I thought maybe it'd go till 9:30 or says Dina's games. I thought, well, we'll just cancel with them, but
I'm worried that DGT stopped working again because he didn't take back on G6. So
That's very true.
seems like that would have happened a long time ago. Unless he went to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, and they're at an aggregate 15 minutes. I know there's 30-second increment, but depending on how long they will live off of increment, like it could be a point where Dina enters the chat room quite soon.
Right. Yeah, it could be like we're watching the game and Dina shows up.
right, that's what I was just
Mhm.
saying. She can show up and tell us what happened.
Yeah. Here, chat's asking me to fix the camera, so let me just yeah, there we go. All right, there she is.
You played the Beatles for your classes today, Kathleen Jones. That's pretty cool. I'm going back and reviewing some missed chat.
Nice. Wait. We see a wild Dina Belenkaya has appeared in chat. I see her.
All right.
I see her
What happened?
in your chat actually.
Oh, let me get back to
So
present.
my chat.
No,
I was
Dina, please give all the spoilers, but
Oh,
maybe
there she is.
Dina,
Like
we don't
20.
know what happened. We actually lost the DGT feed for 30 minutes, and we didn't know what happened for a long time. Then all of a sudden, some moves were made when Karen showed up,
right.
and we have no idea what the result of the game is or what happened.
We had to do stand-up comedy, and we weren't very good at it.
Yeah, thanks, Finegold.
Can you get a song request to remain confident? Maybe.
Nobody knows what happened in the game. We're all confused.
Who's supposed to be somebody to sing?
Should I spoil? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you could tell us the moves and we can make them.
We've been
This is the
waiting
last
and
position we
wondering.
saw.
Okay.
Joining shortly. Go Fen Beingold. Karen did cash multiple
I
times.
did cash. I'm
She was
getting
cashing in
better.
multiple casinos too.
I'm getting better.
He
at
won about
poker.
2,200 at the Venetian.
I was
And
playing with
That was a tough
pros.
tournament. $1,600 entry fee, so the players were really good.
I was with a lot of different pros. Matisau. I mean, it was tough. I did well.
When she was playing with Manisau, she said, "Look, bitch."
I know.
By the way, as soon as you went to bed last night,
Dana
like,
says joining shortly.
like 5 minutes later,
Yeah.
Dominic got knocked out.
Oh, he did?
He had jacks,
Oh.
and he raised before the flop. The guy re-raised, and he went all in for 400,000. The blinds are like 22,000 is the big blind or something.
So how many big blinds did he have?
He had maybe it was 15,000. Anyway, he had like 25 big blinds.
That was correct.
And then he went all in with jacks. The guy thought forever and called with ace queen. The guy flopped a queen.
Darn. Yeah, he kind of had to make a move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean,
he knows what it's.
If the guy loses with ace queen, then Dominic has 900,000 chips.
Right, and get back in it.
Remain confident gave 5 subs. Hooray!
Yeah, I'm gonna study.
Dina's gonna join us soon. My guess is the game ended in a draw, but I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I don't think somebody's gonna lose this position in the next 10 minutes, but I could be wrong.
He seemed kind of rough around the edges, Finegold. Matisau did.
Yay, Fem Bingle, 200 bits.
I didn't talk to him too much.
Dina hasn't had any draws this tournament. This could be her first one, possible. It's possible she played HG and they agreed to a draw. That's why nobody's making a move here.
Good
Also
point.
possible. Lots of possibilities.
I mean, especially if you're like, it's 9:30. We both need to eat and sleep before the next round tomorrow. It would be a good strategy to mutually agree to not play on.
Donald Bird Flight Time.
He's been talking about that the whole stream.
What is Donald?
It's a song that he keeps swearing.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I think he just made it up.
Okay.
Thank you, Lawful Waffle. Oh yeah, I won my seat into the main event. I'm going to study so much poker. I'm going to study.
Yeah, you never study poker.
Study like a mother. I am a mother. Study. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, Dina's getting crushed this game. Man, hope she doesn't know that.
No.
My game was good. I'll be like, no.
I like how Chad is asking if Dina is here, then who is playing?
The answer is Dina.
All right.
Dina's everywhere.
Oh, there she is.
For us, it's Dina.
For us, I think it's just on a roll. It's just on a...
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's that, Koi?
Hey. I managed to save it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You it's such a now I understand why my opponent demanded no camera. It's because his face is his face expressions should not be seen on camera. There's just way too many face expressions.
He has a face for radio. What? Oh.
Yeah, he's making all kinds of faces when he thinks. Like all kinds. I haven't seen anyone like this in a while.
Like more so than Hikaru and Nepo?
Is this the final position, Dina? Or...
together. It's like
Dina,
Hikaru and
is this the
Nepo
final
together.
position?
Okay, so the position. I see that you stopped at h takes. Right, h takes.
You played h6,
but that wasn't
correct?
the move.
Oh, it wasn't.
That wasn't the move. No, I played Queen G5 instead of here I played Queen G5. Oh, whoa. Okay, wait. He took on B2.
Whoa.
Queen D2. Bishop G7. Wow, this is already equal. So Bishop G7, Queen G5. I was playing for a draw. I don't know if I should start playing for a win here. Wait. Are you jumping the moves?
I'm promoting so that people can see on the thing.
Well, okay,
yes.
Dina and I both have to promote as well.
Yeah, everybody has to promote.
Dina, can you promote this line with Bishop takes B2?
Bishop takes B2.
Yeah, you have to right click on it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so Bishop B2, Queen D2, Bishop G7. Here, computer says Rook B1 already. White is still defined. Well, I was still like a bit afraid, so I got for this Queen G5. It looked strong, but after and here he played Queen G7, Queen E7. I saw Queen E7 and I thought they should be a draw, so I wasn't afraid. Queen takes, Rook takes. Here, Rook A6. He goes with King F7, and I decided to force a draw. So I went for, maybe I shouldn't, I don't have to. So I decided to throw a pawn. with an idea that, I mean, it should be a draw anyway. I mean, throwing a pawn, I'm not throwing a pawn, I'm exchanging a pawn, but yeah. And here we played still for, I don't know what, 1 more hour, this endgame, until I managed to really make him be very frustrated. So he played something like this. I'm gonna make the moves. This is not the exact moves, but it's gonna be something like this.
Whoa.
Like it wasn't like this because it was like 20 more moves.
Got
so
it.
let's go here and here. Okay, we got the same position, but he like black to move. Let's say, okay, let's do that. Let's do triangle. No, wait, triangle. Yeah, black to move. So black goes rook f1, and I'm like, rook f5.
Yeah. That's a little tactic there.
Yeah, so that was the end game, the ending of the game.
Yeah, like 20 moves before you showed up, the thing stopped for like 40 minutes. The DGT had the wrong moves or something. So we were just sitting here.
I heard you mentioned that when I yeah. Well, it's, I mean, I hope this is the first and the last time that we get that kind of frustration.
Right, yeah. Well, I'm glad you didn't lose because your position was really bad. So
really? I would actually love to hear your thoughts on where exactly I screwed up, because somewhere here it looked like I was doing everything logically, and then I was a bit slow, right? Maybe just here's some prophylactics that was lacking from me, because somehow
it liked bishop f2, but it didn't like h4, h5. Yeah. Oh
wow, computer says it's still fine. It's not yet losing.
Yeah, and here g3 is really bad.
Well, how, like, computer says takes, and then what takes? And here, this is all fine. I mean, I looked at it, but I was a bit, I won't hide. I wasn't feeling confident with all the squares.
Right, yeah, you're still slightly worse here, but after g3, d5, you're just losing.
Yeah, true. And I guess that's the only way, right?
He could also take on f4 and then play, or take on, yeah, he could take on f4 and then play d5 also.
Take on f4.
But yeah, the d5 idea is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was realizing that was happening, but I was like, I don't know, like I couldn't. I was trying to play fast, but also it's not that I had any alternative idea. So maybe something here better, but again, I wasn't sure what. Just queen d1. I was so confused about this opening because, like, pawn structure wise looks that I'm doing well, but he's got activity. But at the same time, okay, my rook is ugly, but also his knight is not really having any place. So I wasn't sure who is better here and why. And looking at that, it's like kind of equal. It's funny to me. And the initial line that I prepared was, I think it wasn't g6. It was it's a6 here, bishop e2, and then I think b6. So b6, d4, and then like something like this. But they don't go g6. So after here, maybe I should go for d4 fast. Maybe I don't know if I should take on d7. Oh, definitely it must exist, some kind of a theory here.
Yeah, either way should be fine. I was telling the audience, you might play d3, you might play d4, who knows? And you could take or play bishop e2 also. The engine says they're about the same.
You mean bishop e2 and bishop takes d7?
Yeah.
I think it's just, it depends on what what are you gonna do after? And then should I go d4 this? I don't know, because I was like, if I go d4, if I take with a knight, I'm not an expert of open Sicilian, so for me it was like, if I don't play d4, his knight must be weird.
Right. Yeah, a5 was the engine involved, so a5 is fine.
a5 was the idea of the a4 line. Yeah, if they don't go b6, we go a5.
Right.
But here he's so fast. Maybe h3 is. Maybe I should just go with this. But again, he wants to do this. Fine. And then I feel like I should have gotten a way more prosperous position that I did out of the opening, but I don't know how.
Can I ask a potentially dumb question for opening choice here?
Always.
Sure.
So like one thing that Ben and I were looking at were after you played bishop to e3, since they went for this Finegold structure, instead of knight to d2.
Queen d2.
Yeah, queen
Yeah,
d2.
the engine didn't think knight d2 was very good, but I knew you wanted to play f4.
Yeah, so I looked at it and I wasn't like, this was my first idea, but then I was like, okay, but what am I gonna do after? So bishop h6, okay, maybe, but I play this all the time online and it never works. So I thought it was way too one-sided, and I thought if I play something like knight d2, I always have ideas of knight c4, which are interesting, and I kind of play against the pawn structure. So it looked to me like a better positional move, honestly. And like I have idea 4, but I also have idea knight c4, so it's kind of two ideas, yeah, and two positional ideas. Like I can always put my knight on c. Like let's say here, like I can play f3 and knight. I mean somewhere here, right? I can play f3 and then knight c4. So, but at knight c4, I wasn't sure if I opened the. Then I realized that I would open the b file for the attack, and I should not, because my
Yeah, the
plan
knight on
was
b6
like.
is sort of awkward. Yeah.
And knight to b5, but maybe I don't have time for that. Like knight b5, but also knight doesn't do anything. So it was like a big. I was very confused here. I wasn't sure. Like I really wanted to play logical, but I didn't really know how. So maybe queen d2. Yeah. Okay, he'll go a4. I'll go rook a. I guess logical way. And then, yeah, just bishop h6 and queen g5, queen h4, and knight, I don't know, yeah, maybe. Like this plan, right?
Yeah, this is what we thought you were going to do when you played bishop e3. When you played knight d2, I thought you were going to play for f4, and that seemed okay also. But your opponents seemed to meet it well with f5, e5, d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like
opposing your queen wasn't good.
Yeah, and then I honestly, this is funny because I don't even like, I understand that I must have been losing, but I don't know actually how he would have won. Like I don't even know how. It was interesting. I looked at sacrificing the queen, but it doesn't. Like I didn't find the way. Takes and knight d5 doesn't look good. I was looking at some, like I was looking at this, but there is queen e5. So yeah, here I tried many options. Like I also at first I wanted to capture, but then yeah, not good. I also looked at this, and if he captures, then I'm okay. But I didn't like d4, and then queen f4.
Yeah.
I guess here queen e4. Yeah, this doesn't look good. So I think what I did practically was the best. And somehow here, what I really loved is that, I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
actually, you should play king h8 is better, because then he has knight g4 later.
Maybe he blundered that there is no knight g4.
Right, that's what I was thinking, yeah. Here he should play queen d8, but it's hard to find. Queen d8's a really strong move.
I looked at queen d8, but I would have played, wait, oh yeah, maybe not here, actually. Maybe I looked later, but yeah, I was expecting queen d8. Like I thought it was the strongest, yes. Maybe I have to play c4, but yeah, it doesn't look good.
Then eventually he can get knight g4 and with queen g5 and knight g4.
Yeah, I could feel that, definitely. I could feel that knight c6 was way too
that wasn't a
slow.
good move.
And here, yeah, queen g4 I was looking, that's a nice move, but I think something like, here were many things that I wasn't convinced about. Maybe bishop d4. Oh boy, computer just takes here.
Not afraid.
Knight e5. I was looking at this. Yeah, here I couldn't, yeah, no, now that I see it makes sense. The queen g4 was literally my first option, like, so beautiful. But I tried to do, I didn't want to let his knight activate, to let him activate his knight. So like, I wanted, like, if he comes back to the center with the knight, then we're trading knights, and then I have more chances for draw. Another thing was, here I had multiple candidates. I was looking at c4, I was looking at c3, I was looking at knight e4.
Whoa.
I was looking at...
Yeah, there are a lot of different moves here. Tough position, yeah.
Yeah. And, oh, interesting computer takes, but okay. Knight d4 makes sense, I guess. I would take... I mean,
Yeah,
bishop
one
f6
idea which
is...
he never played was bishop f6 to h4, because then he's threatening queen check.
Yeah. Well, this one is not easy to spot, I would say.
Right, no, I agree. It's a computer line. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and what he did, I was like, this is good for me, because, like, okay, only one piece can come here, and yeah, definitely. No, I would say, okay, understandable that white looks winning, but not sure to find how, not sure to find the right way. Maybe queen d8 is definitely, like, the easiest, right? But the easiest
Also,
of all I saw so
play
far.
king h8 instead of king f8, so he has knight g4 later.
Yeah.
Yeah, also.
It's hard to play
here,
king
I guess
h8
he
because you
was
don't want to
afraid of
trap your
something.
king.
Yeah,
It's a
I
hard
think
move to play.
you need to see, like, this one, right?
Yeah, he
So,
should play
like,
knight g4 here. There's a lot of threats.
You have every
yeah, so
fork
you
in
need
the...
to, this tactics that's right. This tactics that you do not take, just knight g4 now. Yeah, maybe he blundered this as well. But he was playing super fast. I mean, I guess it's his style.
Yeah, well, that's great defense from you, because your position engine really hated it, and you were coming back, and then the thing stopped working. Then when it started working, when Karen showed up, then you came back completely. So that was good.
So
You
Karen
were lost until Karen showed up, then you were fine.
It was immediate.
Somehow I'm getting credit.
Yeah.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. That is how it should be,
Do you think that your
Yeah,
opponent...
it's tough.
Oh, good.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you think that your opponent was also trying to play faster just in general because you...
I think it's his style. I think he doesn't have patience, and I think he's pretty how to say, he's way too nervous, like, in general. Nervous, like stress, you can see, like, by all his faces. So, like, I think he's just like, yeah.
Okay.
You had such a long game in the morning round. You had the longest game of the round.
Yeah, and also tonight. But I mean, in general, all my games are super long.
Yeah,
Even
wow.
though today I tried to play fast, but it still was,
Yeah.
How have
yeah, that's interesting.
How have you been, like, do you feel like you've adjusted to the time zone, or like gotten caught up on sleep? Not really.
No, it's fine actually. This night was good. This night I finally slept. So yeah, no, it's nice. It's good here. It's I don't know, it's super cold in the playing hall. So, like, I was so mad today at everyone that I just went to the air conditioner and put, like, a 10 more degrees myself without asking anyone. But otherwise, yeah.
Taking control, seizing the initiative.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. And at the end of the game, I was just, like, in the rook and bishop endgame, I was just looking at him, like, staring, like, the most annoying way, like, just to make him be even more tilted. And then he offered me a draw when I took on f5 with the rook, and I didn't say anything, just continued to play. And he started panically calling an arbiter for the 3 times repetition. And arbiter asked me if I agree on the draw, and I didn't handshake him. I was like, screw you. Not in the beginning, not in the end.
Wow. Maybe it's a good thing this wasn't on camera.
No, but that's the reason. You can understand. Like,
Right.
otherwise I won't be behaving like so
It's true.
badly, but yeah.
Well, good luck
boy.
tomorrow. I hope your games, you have a short game, at least one of them, you can beat somebody quickly.
Mhm.
Yeah, I also hope so. I also hope so. And finally, honestly, finally, my opponent was like not underrated. So like it's good because usually such kids here they can be 2100, but he was like 2287, so it's good. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, guys, I hope the stream went smoothly for you. Thank you so much for adjusting on the last minutes. I see that you have a very nice overlay. I actually noticed that you had a very genius idea. I guess KD was yours to put the stream from the morning.
Yeah, a little bit of time traveling. So you're a time traveler now. You know.
No, that was hilarious. I really love it, and it does make an impression. I was like the first time I tuned into the stream was like, hold on, I didn't have the camera. How did that happen? It's like, am I sure I didn't have the camera?
Right.
So GG KD.
Thanks. GG's to you as well.
Yeah, and Karen, will we see you tomorrow?
Let's see, probably. I think tomorrow night I'm home.
Oh, that's amazing. We would absolutely love the duel.
Yeah. I came in on this stream, but just at the very end.
Oh, okay. Listen, now that we know that you bring me luck tomorrow, you should be there for all the game.
There has to be. I feel like that needs an appearance fee. You know, like just that kind of luck comes with a price. You know.
The good player is always lucky.
Right.
Nice.
Have a good luck though tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Congratulations on drawing that position. That was great.
Yeah, I honestly enjoyed the way I fought because I was like, I knew I was after d5, I knew I was lost, and I was like, no, I'm not losing this. I'm holding. And then I managed to fight. So yeah, I'm pretty proud, honestly. It's rare when I'm satisfied with a draw. I mean, obviously being lost, but I mean, but here it's like I'm very happy with this result. I'm with the game.
Well,
good.
Well done.
Good luck tomorrow, Dina. Thanks a lot, Katie.
Bye,
Thanks, Ben and Karen. Thank you both.
All right, guys. I guess you're Katie. I don't know if you're continuing to stream.
I might do a little view arena for an hour.
Okay, so then we're rating you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, guys. Well, thanks again, Ben and Karen. See you tomorrow, and Katie, see you around, and chat. See you tomorrow morning with Tosh and Krish. I think we'll check on that.
Okay, bye everybody.
See you guys.
Bye. All right, chat, stick with us for one moment. Please ignore the man on the screen. Do not pay attention to who is on the screen. That is my computer background, but please ignore. We are going to raid, and then after the raid, we will restart stream and go from there. Oh, wait, Dina, do you not know about this? Okay, you're the reason why Danya is on my screen, because I was editing. This is like way back when I was doing the short form videos for you, and yeah, I had to save a picture of Danya to my laptop, and I accidentally right clicked, and one thing led to another. I was trying to click out, but I accidentally set the picture that I saved for the short as my background, and then I was like, I guess this is good enough. I'll just leave it. This can stay. So as soon as the raid goes off, I'm gonna try and get a arena going on, and we'll get that set up. Before it starts, I'm going to get a little snack, and we go from there. Accidentally. Yes, exactly. Yeah, well, I know it doesn't sound very believable, but that is the truth. All right.